Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
Square left onto Lou. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Go again. Go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it lit, keep it lit, keep it lit. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Well, we've only just announced it, but everybody is talking about this car behind me. It's the Junior Mini Challenge for the ICCR here at Mondello Park. An exciting new saloon car series from 14 to 17-year-old drivers. Lift off, oversteer, bumper to bumper racing. We're going to have it all this year at Mondello Park. It's the new Junior Mini Challenge. Well, lunch break over, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the ICCR show here at Mondello Park. Digital Motorsports ICCR round 2 here at Mondello Park. Great action so far, and we expect plenty more before the afternoon is out. We're streaming live with thanks to the Beacon Hospital Health Check, who've come on board to help us with that. So we will be streaming live from all the ICCR rounds at Mondello Park this year. So what we've got this time is Seat Super Cup Ireland. They're Seat Super Cup cars. We'll talk about the brake horsepower in a minute, but they're factory-built left-hand drive touring cars. Great machines. A lot of interest in them this year. They were fading away, but a lot of people moving up to them and newcomers going in. Graham McDonald, the Coffee to Go Fiesta ST champion, is in. He's a little bit back on the grid, but he has been going very well in these cars. Shane Murphy is, borderline unbeatable in this class. 970 Shane Murphy, former world hot rod champion, and he's going to start this one from pole position with Brian Berry alongside. Brian Berry with a long history of field racing up through Unos and Puntos and many other cars. Dunlop Supercars with a race with Sean Woods and Siobhan Woods. I hope they're tuned in today, actually. Then Ross Barnes next up, another man stepping up from Fiesta STs. Then Barry English, another former hot rod driver. Graham McDonald that we spoke about, Gerard Toll and Gary Corcoran, former Formula Shane and supercar racer. Then onto the supercars, Paul Parr takes pole position, Alan Watkins alongside him, then Charlie Linnane, Philip Jones back at Mondello Park, I haven't seen him in a while, John Newport, Aaron Brunton, Gary Grattan and Paul McAlinden. So the supercars joining the back of the Seat Super Cup Ireland grid. So down to the grid now for the Seat Super Cups, weaving around quite a lot. Crucial to get heat into the back tyres of these cars for two reasons. One, they're a little bit taily, and secondly, on cold rear tyres, the back can get away, but they don't have much steering lock. They're, as we said, a factory-built touring car, so it's hard to get them back. If they get out of shape, you want cat-like reflexes to get them back. Shane Murphy, 970 on pole position. Now, they do have interchangeable ECUs in these cars. They up them and down them. 340 brake horsepower is what they're supposed to all have. But you get a reduction in power for winning a race or for qualifying on pole position. So the second race will change everything around, and the winners will get less power, quite a lot less power than the cars behind. A little bit controversial, but it's to mix it up. And basically, Shane Murphy was absolutely dominant in this class and has been again this morning. He's 0.6 of a second clear, which is a massive gap to Brian Berry. Good run by Berry. Then Barnes, English, McDonald, Toll and Corcoran. Can be hard to get these cars off. They have got a launch system, but it can be hard to get them off the line. So let's wait and see what happens. Oh, they're not hard for Shane Murphy to get off the line. He's away down the road. Barry English with a good start, tucks in behind them, but no mistakes for Berry. He closes the door, and Brian Berry in second place. Then English, Toll right down the outside. Brave move, turns in, but turns in a little bit. Maybe it's hard to call, but looked like he might have turned in on top of Graham McDonald there. There was certainly a car on his inside. He's recovered there, and he's doing a three-point turn and getting back on track as they head out. There's Graham McDonald, very distinctive black and white and orange car there, with Gary Corcoran right with him. But Shane Murphy already with 3, 4, 5 car lengths clear as they come up out of turn 3. Now that Brian Berry in second, Barry English in third, then Ross Barnes, the beautifully prepared car, motor dealer from Dublin. Down into the S's, his buddy Graham McDonald right with him now. These two run together with Morgan Dempsey and Mick Merrigan involved as well. And off goes Ross Barnes on the outside. That will get the run to Graham McDonald, but Barnes holds the inside line. So McDonald might get alongside, but it's unlikely he'll get by on the run up the hill there. And look at Shane Murphy. He's away down the road after half a lap. Nothing the rest can do. Barry English beginning to crowd Brian Berry now, trying to get around. They're both Murray Motorsport teammates. Berry's car looks absolutely superb, the yellow and blue livery car. And he stays on the brakes a little bit long there to delay Barry English stopping getting a run on the way out, and that allows the train behind to close up. That's McDonald. Corcoran right out over the curb there behind, still getting used to this. It was racing supercars and Formula Shane single-seaters before that. So this is the battle for second place. It's where the action is now. Brian Berry holding off Barry English in the Winthrop car. Then the coffee to go machine of Graham McDonald, and right with him Ross Barnes. So McDonald up a place there halfway around that opening lap. And Corcoran, and of course Toll still recovering from his first lap spin. Oh, and Berry almost coming to a complete halt. Looked like he grabbed first gear there. He stopped the car behind him, Barry English, and drove away from him. And Barry English completely wrong-footed by that. And I wonder, has he got a problem? Looks like he has, because the McDonald and Barnes one either side of him. In fact, yeah, pulling in at the bridge there, is he? He's going back there now. Right, maybe it's come back up to speed, has it? It looked like he was about to pull in, but still going. So I don't know what the issue is with that car. So all beginning to get a little bit spread out. Some of the supercars now battling. It's Alan Watkins pulling in there, some sort of mechanical failure it looks like. He's going across. Rallycross obviously parking the car there. Rallycross 1. So some sort of a problem with the car there, but Philip Jones it is leading the supercars now in his class return from Charlie Linane, Aaron Brunton and John Newport, the order as they went by the line the last time. Aaron Brunton and John Newport having a real go there in two of the supercars. Lots of locked wheels reminiscent of the RT 2000s back in the day. And in fact, one of the cars, one of the older style bodywork we were very much used to back here. Johnny Whelan was an exponent of these, as indeed was Alan Dawson, the guys who we saw in the Zetec race just now. But they're having a real paint swapping battle there, as indeed now are Ross Barnes on the right and Graham McDonald on the left. And Graham McDonald having to fight off Ross Barnes and go defensive now down the inside. And when these two raced STs, it was generally Graham who had the upper hand, although Ross Barnes was very, very quick on certain occasions. Left hand in, he came very close to winning a race, only for a stretched gear cable, I think, gave him a missed gear. But certainly they've gone to the Seats and he's found his feet. Ross Barnes loves the extra power and the extra grip that these cars give. And really in his element, he's beginning to pile the pressure on Graham McDonald in the Coffee to Go car now, and he'll be loving this, Ross Barnes. And in fact, Gary Corcoran, who's beginning to drop back in the opening lap, has begun to get going now, and he's closed up on both of them with the Corcoran's crash repair car, the Wicklow panel beater there, going really nicely. His car immaculate, as all his racing cars are. Looks absolutely superb as they climb up Kennedy's Rise and go through Lola, the right-hander. There's Toll right out to the outside in the Kyle Moore-Carr's car. And he'll be pushing very, very hard to try and get back in touch. Just looking at the lap time, Barry English was still circulating when they went by, but a very slow lap time. Nobody touching Shane Murphy there, 148 on 996. Brian Berry, 149.5, and does a quicker first sector. We've got sector times now. He does a quicker first sector than Shane Murphy that time round. Corcoran now closing on Ross Barnes as Graham McDonald begins to make his escape. Up on the two wheels there, going through the left-hander of Brains Benz, then round this long, never-ending left-hand corner. Back towards Paddock Corner one more time. Got some new Beacon Medical signage up there just on the right-hand side, inside the part of the Hospitals Association with Mondello Park. And as we said, we're streaming this event today in association with the Beacon Hospital, with the Men's Health Check on their sports clinic. By go these two Seats. Great sound effects from these cars popping and banging when they change gear. Of course, from the driver's point of view, they love them with left-hand drive, loads of power, and paddle shift gearboxes, just two pedals. So very much the touring car experience for these guys around Mondello Park. Graham McDonald beginning to get away now. and he's down into the 49s. In fact, he's faster than Brian Berry last time round, and he's just a 10th off Shane Murphy. So really starting to get going now is Graham McDonald. This is the kind of pace we saw from him last year when he won the Fiesta ST Championship. It's a very quick lap. Now, Shane Murphy has the fastest lap, but only a 10th faster than Graham McDonald. So McDonald should begin to reel in. There's Berry. And here's McDonald on a big charge all over the outside curve there. And Ross Barnes can't quite stay with him. McDonald beginning to get away. Lap times will be interesting this time around, but Brian Berry certainly could be in bother here. Locked wheel that time. It was a little bit wide, very wide for Ross Barnes. The Coffee to Go car, much tighter line on the way in. So there's the lap times on the top left. Ross Barnes, 50.4. Not showing Graham McDonald on that graphic, I'm not sure why. But Graham McDonald is certainly still there, and he's certainly in third place, but not showing on that graphic. I'm not sure why, but I can tell you that he did a 1:49.195 last time round. So just a 10th slower than fast lap Shane Murphy. That's Corcoran going slowly, is it? I wonder if he's got a problem. He dropped way back. He'd been closing in on these two cars in front. So the order now: Shane Murphy, Brian Berry, Graham McDonald, Ross Barnes, Gary Corcoran, Gerard Toll and Barry English, who is still running, but at slower speed, just going around looking for championship points perhaps. Then Philip Jones still leads the Supercars. I saw Alan Kessie his trademark smile in the paddock at lunchtime, and I'm sure he's delighted to be back at Mondello Park at ASK Racing. Alan Kessie, who ran many cars for many years successfully here at Mondello Park, still holds a couple of lap records himself. Alan Kessie, I think, has he does have the HRCA lap record on this layout, the international layout. So fastest lap that time went to Graham McDonald, 48.704. So 2 tenths quicker than Shane Murphy and 7 tenths quicker than Brian Berry. So there we are. That car, the Coffee to Go machine, is the one that's on a charge at the moment and fastest car on track. Here he comes down into Bridgestone corner, and he's definitely now visually closing on Brian Berry. Berry going nicely, but 7 tenths in a lap is more than he'd want to lose, and McDonald with the head down in the groove here. Brian Berry fastest again in that first sector though. He's very good through that first sector, which is the start-finish line to the exit of turn 3. Again, different lines being used. We're seeing that in different classes all weekend. Certainly Ross Barnes much wider than Graham McDonald through there. Corcoran's line similar to Graham McDonald's. Toll coming through. Let's have a look at Toll's lap time. Is he going to catch Gerard Toll 49.3? Oh, he is very quick. He's going to catch Gary Corcoran, I'd say, within a couple of laps as well. But here's the battle for second. It's getting closer. Great shot of them coming up over the crest of the hill there. There's Corcoran, and there's Toll coming behind him, but that's the man that's under pressure now. Can't quite stay with Shane Murphy. Brian Berry in the Murray Motorsport car, and bearing down on him now at a rate of knots, as Matt Feeney used to say, is Graham McDonald, the reigning Fiesta ST champion. Barry English out of view, still going there. We're just looking for him on track. He looks like he's back up to speed to a certain extent. Let's have a look. He is at 51. He did a 2:08, but obviously whatever the problem was has gone, and Barry English's car is cleared. He's half a lap back from these guys, and it's almost time for this attack, because fastest again that last time round was Graham McDonald. Still the 48, 49.2. He was 0.7 quicker again. 2 tenths quicker than the leader and 0.7 quicker than the second place man. So here we are now, and it's beginning to be a battle on for second place because Brian Berry has to go towards the pit wall because getting a run at him on the way out is Graham McDonald. McDonald goes to the outside now as they go by the grandstand. He's later on the brakes, but Brian Berry's pretty experienced here, has had a lot of success in saloon cars. He won't hand this one away too easy. Very narrow line on the way out, didn't use much track at all on the way out, Brian Berry, but he's certainly going to go defensive right now, I would imagine, as they come down towards turn 3. Graham McDonald clearly quicker, so it's a matter of finding a gap, but I don't think that'll be too easy as they go down through turn 3. The double apex right-hander right in over the inside curb for Brian Berry, and that gets him maybe a length. He gets away a little bit on the way out, so McDonald decided not to take quite so much curb on the inside. Down to Bridgestone corner, which is a long left-hander, usually the start of the essence, but it leads right across to Kennedy's Rise here, the big long haul up the hill where brake horsepower or torque is required, and then this long right-hander, Lola corner, great long fast right-hander that dictates your speed right out onto the main straight. And McDonald looking to get up the inside there, almost did it, but Berry was very confident. He didn't turn in or scrub off any speed. He carried the speed around the outside, and a lot of people doing that today, but you've got to be very confident to do it because you're leaving the door wide open if anybody gets a run at you. And Berry not going too defensive just yet, still taking full racing line, so he's being weighed up here now by Graham McDonald. And we did learn last year in STs that McDonald has great racecraft. They developed it over a number of years, and last year he was very, very good at traffic. So here they come now all together through the left-hander. It's Berry from McDonald. Berry getting away a little bit on those series of corners. In fact, Shane Murphy not getting away too much, but Shane is superbly experienced and very talented. I'm sure he's got one eye on the mirror and one eye on the lap timer. He won't be pushing any harder than he needs to. He got that gap inside the opening couple of laps, and it's staying at the same now as they go by to start another lap. 49.9 for Murphy. And Berry and McDonald both into the 50-second bracket now. Big lock up at the front, and wide goes Graham McDonald, and that'll cost him time. He'll be getting a talking to from Mick Merrigan for that kind of carry on. It's cost him a lot, hasn't it? 4 or 5 lengths there. It just shows how hard he's pushing. He went down the outside, got locked up and didn't get into the apex, but he's very quick down there, very quick through turn 3 again, and takes half the gap back as he goes in over a little bit of curve and hauls in Berry again. So the order: Shane Murphy, Brian Berry and Graham McDonald, the top 3 in sets, then Ross Barnes, Gary Corcoran, Ger Toll and Barry English. There's been a change around in the supercars. Charlie Lenan now leads from Philip Jones, John Newport, Aaron Brunton, Paul McAlinden, and no more runners in this one. Oh, beautiful flick from, that's a great angle from behind, isn't it, from Graham McDonald. The back of the car just letting go slightly as he turned in. Beautifully set up, that car. It just looks like it'll be fun to drive. The back end of it let go and he stood on the power, pulled it back straight, but obviously very happy in the car now, McDonald, and he closes in again on the brakes on Brian Berry. But all praise to Brian Berry. He's been hauled in from a distance and he's had a little bit of pressure. He's made no mistakes at all. He's good at getting good clean exits and not locking any wheels. So this will be interesting now. How long have we got to go in this one? Just 50 seconds to go. So will we get another lap? Oh, we probably will. Depends on whether Shane Murphy gets to the flag or not in those 50 seconds, but I don't see anybody climbing the gantry just yet. So here they come back towards us. It's still that battle for second place. Shane Murphy just ahead of them. Not too far ahead, is he? We've got 30 seconds to go now at the final corner, so we will get another lap. And here they come. So McDonald has closed that gap right down again, goes to the inside to make Brian Berry defend, and then back to the outside to try and get a better line. But Berry's just not getting rattled at all. He's driving well here, Brian Berry, and every time that happens, Berry gets away 4 or 5 lengths, and he's got to do it all again, Graham McDonald, to close him down. That's the ex-Alan Dawson car. I think that's Paul McAlinden driving that car number 48. Checker flag is now being prepared below me for Shane Murphy. Are they catching him? It does look like they're catching Shane Murphy, doesn't it? Last time around they were 7/10 quicker. In fact, Graham McDonald was almost a second quicker. I wonder if Shane Murphy slowing down or easing off, or is he in a spot of bother here because they're just eating into his lead on this, the final lap. He was way further ahead than that. The gap was down to 2.5 seconds when they went across the line. I suspect it's a bit less than that now. Brian Berry perhaps getting a sniff of this, but there might be a win here, saying I'm out of here, and it's got the head down. He's got himself 4 or 5 lengths on Graham McDonald now. There he is. Shane Murphy still in. He wasn't in the same shot as them all through the race, so I don't know if Shane is just lifting off to save tyres for race 2 or what is happening here, but certainly the boys are closing him down. McDonald with a big look down the inside, but he's not going to get through there. But certainly Shane Murphy falling back into the clutches of Brian Berry and Graham McDonald now in the closing stages of this one. Just 2 corners left to go after this one. Paddock, the ultra fast left hand corner where they take a bit of curb, and the final corner, Southside Motor Factory's corner. And here we go. It's definitely a lot less than it was, but Shane Murphy perfectly safe. I would imagine he's just cruising towards the flag. And up the outside goes Graham McDonald. He's looking to switch back to the inside, but Berry, I think, has seen it all before. Here they come. Shane Murphy going to take yet another win at Mondello Park in the Turvas gas car. Then Brian Berry second. The coffee to go car of Graham McDonald comes down to complete the podium in 3rd place. We're waiting for the next Seat to come. And in fact, it's Jared Toll. So are we missing Ross Barnes? No, we're not. He's passed them. So he got by Corcoran and Ross Barnes, so great recovery considering he had a first corner spin for the Kyle Moore Cars machine of Jared Toll to battle himself back up to 4th place there. He'll be very happy with that recovery. And Barry English still running. He's coming down to take the checkered flag now. Sounds perfectly fine, but obviously there was some sort of a problem with that car of Barry English. And then we're waiting for the first of the supercars. Just coming towards the final corner now is Charlie Linnane, son of John Linnane, the Fiat and Opel dealer in Rathnew in County Wicklow. Beautifully prepared car. He heads up towards the final corner now. Former Ginetta Junior racer and Formula Shane racer. Right out to the outside using a bit of curve. There he goes to take a win. At maximum points. Great drive by Charlie Linnane. It's Philip Jones in 2nd place. Alan Cassidy will be happy with that one. Had led early on, but Charlie Linnane getting by at some stage during the race. So great stuff there. We've got a few more cars still to come through to finish this, and we're waiting on John Newport and Aaron Brunton. They've separated, having had that incredible scrap early on, but they're well apart now. They're coming back towards us. Here they come. 2 of the Class B supercars down to take the checkered flag. So there are the official results. Shane Murphy takes the win from Brian Berry and Jared Toll. They're the fastest laps on the right hand side. And Shane Murphy with a 1:48.996. So we did manage to stamp his authority on that one. Gary Corcoran, Ross Barnes, Barry English and Charlie Linnane is the first of the supercars home. There we go, getting ready to go, ladies and gents. This time it's Formula Boss Ireland, the Finstown Castleback class, and that's Paul O'Connell on pole position in a GP2 car, and alongside him is Aaron Corcoran in a Formula 3 car. Watch out for Jonathan Files in the second row with the black helmet. And Corcoran it is who gets away. Beats Paul O'Connell off the line on the way down to turn 1. Fastest cars on track all afternoon. But Paul O'Connell has a run down the outside already in the Jordan liveried car, that beautiful GP2 car. I was watching him in qualifying this morning as he took pole, and it looked like a little bit of a handful, even with the tyres up to temperature. Watch out for Jonathan Files, maximum commitment Jonathan Files. The speed of Paul O'Connell's car in a straight line, and almost gets by there, but Aaron Corcoran says I don't think so, chops across him. And Jonathan Files now looking to get by, gets alongside on the way up. Jonathan Files doesn't wait for the tyres to warm, he loves the car moving around under him. Files now on into the S. He's had a couple of wins in this car. It's old hat, really old technology, that car, compared to some of the other cars around it, but he makes up for it in terms of commitment. The clue is in the surname. We saw Jackie Files years ago racing. Ken Files won plenty of stuff, and Jonathan Files now carrying on family tradition, and he gets out of shape as we'd expect at Lola Corner. He's nothing if not brave. Jonathan Files wouldn't have the downforce of that car in front. Paul O'Connell again gaining in experience all the time. He's been racing in boss cars across Europe lately and getting himself plenty of seat time, but as you can see, the cars are a little bit tentative, most of them, as they try and get a bit of heat into the tyres. Jonathan Files just grabs it by the scruff of the neck in third place, but Aaron Corcoran doing beautifully out front. He's got the head down and beginning to get away. So Paul O'Connell will be hoping Jonathan Files leaves him alone for a couple of corners so he can get the tyres up to temperature and balance that gap before Aaron Corcoran gets too far away in the F3 car. A lot of debates in here in Mondello about which car is quickest and which car is best to be ultimately quickest around the lap here, and it's been F3 cars for the last few years, but these big cars really starting to fly. Jonathan Files, Paul O'Connell going nicely too. And here he comes. Look at the speed of Paul O'Connell's car in the main straight. He pulls out alongside, gets the nose ahead, but he can't stop it. He's locked up, he's gone straight on, he's in the gravel on the outside. Paul O'Connell just too committed on the brakes, and I think that is probably that. Don't think he'll get out of there. There just isn't enough lock on the car to get it around. Well, it's all the entertainment for Formula Boss Ireland, isn't it? Massive challenge. I think Paul O'Connell probably thought that was his only chance really to get by, and had a big go down the outside of the brakes. Just could not get that car stopped. That leaves Files in second, Tony Greenan in third place, Michael Roach behind him, then Roland Doherty, who's upgraded his car a little bit from Adair in County Limerick, Noel Robinson from Northern Ireland, very welcome visitor, then Shane Rabbit, Peter Dwyer, Daniel Faherty, Rob King in the Radical, Gary Graham in the Formula Renault, Donald Griffin out there too, and Tom Corcoran also. Greenan under pressure now from Michael Roach. He gets up the inside, using all the downforce there. Waved yellows. Who's gone off? Somebody gone off in front of them down into 7A. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Oh, big move down the inside under. No, he didn't do it. He backed out of it. Not sure who that is on the outside, but somebody gone off there. So Joe Christian, I think that is. Possibly. That's who it is. Joe Christian, yeah, just beats on the outside in the Formula Renault. That'll give us probably a safety car. It will give us a safety car, so we're just being pointed at the sign below us here, because that car just a little bit parked in an odd position. So that's going to box them all up again. I don't know if that will allow where Paul O'Connell has got going, I think. Certainly his car's not where it was. There's the BMW Ireland safety car, the BMW M3 competition spec, very potent car, quicker than a lot of our cars that are racing this weekend, would you believe. There's Paul O'Connell in the middle of that pack now. Let me just check to see if Paul O'Connell has lost a lap. If he hasn't, we could be in for a little bit of fun, ladies and gents. Hasn't gone through just yet, but he is still circulating, and I don't think he's lost a lap. No, he hasn't. Here he comes. So he's at outside corner. He's being held up even at this speed. The queue of cars behind Gary Graham. Paul O'Connell can't go by him, but certainly Gary Graham needs to catch up as far as Paul is concerned. Gary Graham will need to go as quick as he can. And Gary Graham looks like he's slowing down. They won't catch the safety car train if Gary Graham doesn't get the finger out a little bit. It'll be hugely frustrating this for Paul O'Connell. So they're already on their way up the hill out of the international loop. There's a massive gap there. And no, I'm just watching them going out there. Gary Graham is slowed down, is weaving around, warming his tyres, so he's not, doesn't look like he's going to make an effort to close the gap and catch the train, which is a shame from our point of view, because it would be highly entertaining if Paul O'Connell was to rejoin that lead train again. But there's the BMW safety car going by. So 1, 2, 3 cars queuing up behind, just coming out of the S's up the hill onto the international track now. 3 cars queuing up behind that yellow Formula Renault of Gary Graham. And that car is going to be pulled out of there, so watch the lights. So when the lights go out on top of the BMW Ireland safety car, that means that we're going back racing. So it's Aaron Cochran, Jonathan Files, Tony Green and Michael Roach, Roland Doherty, Noel Robinson, Peter Dwyer, Daniel Fardy, Rob King, Shane Rabbit, Gary Graham, Paul O'Connell, Donald Griffin, Tom Cochran and Joe Christian just being pulled out of the gravel there backwards. Super job. No damage to the car at all. But it looks like we've got another lap because that didn't quite come out in time. Now that might be a godsend if the safety car isn't going too quickly. But no, I don't think that they're not making any inroads. So we're waiting and just watching out the top of the tower here to see where the second train of cars are, but they're only now coming out of paddock corner. So you'll see this is Gary Graham here, and they're the cars queuing up behind him just at the final corner. And already the leaders on their way out the turn. There's that traffic jam. So they've got a full lap of the international track pretty much with the BMW holding the cars back. So there's maybe a chance they can get up close to them. Certainly the pace of the BMW not bringing them to a crawl or anything like it. There's Mark Quinlivan getting a few photos out on track. Plenty of press and media here today, and of course the ICCR media team working flat out. Have a look on their social media. Did a great job yesterday with various interviews and clips and photos. So let's see now. Okay, there's a chance they may. The BMW has slowed them right down. This second group, we can hold that shot. That second group should be coming now. Let's see how far behind they are. Come on, Gary. He might catch them by the end of the lap. They certainly started to speed up. I think somebody has given him a wave on because Gary Graham certainly is beginning to push a little bit more. They may just catch this group now, but they've only got a few corners to do it. Here's Rob King in the beautiful wrapped Digital Motorsport Radical. Yeah, there they are. Here they are just coming onto the tail now. This is going to be very good because just up behind Shane Rabbit comes the yellow Jordan lookalike car, Gary Graham, and right there the Jordan 193 or 194 lookalike a GP2 car of Paul O'Connell. Tom Cochran is in there too, I think. Okay, the lights are off, so the safety car is going to peel off now. It's time to go racing. Oh, look at Files sideways already. I don't know whether he's trying to get traction or trying to get heat into the tires. Looks like traction. Well, somebody stuck it up the inside. There's contact there. Well, I'm not sure what that was about, but Jonathan Files was already well turned in. Files gets a run. He's alongside, and I think Files leads as they go by us. He timed that one to perfection, I think. Down into turn one. He doesn't make any mistakes, doesn't lock it up. Paul O'Connell gets by Gary Graham in the background. He's got a lot of cars to get by, but this could be very interesting. Files, Cochran, Roland, Doherty, the order as they go by. Noel Robinson, Peter Dwyer, Daniel Fardy, Rob King, Shane Rabbit, Gary Graham and Paul O'Connell. O'Connell now ahead of Gary Graham. They're out of turn three. And Jonathan Files, the entertainer there with the back end, struggling for grip there on the way up out of turn three. Here he comes down into Bridgestone Corner. Files had a couple of wins in this car. Wouldn't have been the most fancied car at the start of the year to take on some of the more modern F3 cars, but add in the Files factor and it becomes a big factor, because there he goes through that long right-hand corner. That's where the F3 car should be so much quicker with downforce, and right round the outside. That's what we'd expect, but Files not going to let it go without a fight. He's back down the inside again, Jonathan Files. He's late on the brakes. The F3 car's later on the brakes, but Files managing to hold him off. Cochran tries to get back to the inside. Files driving the wheels off this car. They're both driving superbly here. This is great entertainment from Formula Boss Ireland. So Files leads, and they're really always, if you want entertainment in a race, I've said this before, just add Jonathan Files to the entry list because it's so impressive. And Files leaves racing room as Cochran got the inside, got the nose down the inside, but I don't think this is all over yet. Files goes back at him at a corner, fastest corner on the track. He locks up, he goes wide, don't go around, he's gone around. Jonathan Files, such a shame, so committed, but we're getting value from our live stream today. Just about gets out of the way, has to light it up to avoid Paul O'Connell there, but it's going to drop way back. And he may be stalled there, Jonathan Files. And now it's Adam Cochran. It's Noel Robinson up to second place. Roland Doherty in third place. Then Paul O'Connell all the way back to 4th. Peter Dwyer, Daniel Fardy, Shane Rabbit, Rob King. And is Jonathan Files still going? Not quite sure. No. Oh, he is. He's gone by. Is it... There's Noel Robinson back towards us again. Roland Doherty trying to hang on to him there. Roland Doherty getting a little bit out of shape on the brakes. Holding it well. Gary Graham goes through. Tom Cochran. There's Files. Right at the back now, unfortunately, just ahead of Donald Griffin. It's green and it looks like right at the back as well. Whatever happened there. Waved yellows. Oh, this is Peter Dwyer just to the right of that shot. Peter Dwyer is off. There he goes. So I think that car doesn't look like it's going to restart. That will give us surely another safety car because that's not a safe place to park. Watch the marshal see does he use that board. He certainly had it at the ready. Yes, he does. That's great reflexes there before the yellow flag went out. They're all in radio contact, the marshals, of course, with race control, as indeed is that car. So that's what's happening there. So he should be able to catch the leader. Perfect timing. Safety car gets out there just in time to catch Aaron Cochran. Aaron Cochran sees it, lifts off. Another beautifully liveried car, Aaron Cochran. Relative newcomer, but superb driver. He's been very, very impressive since he joined Formula Boss Ireland a few years ago. It wasn't known to us at all here at Mondello Park, but very, very quick. Now, this is going to bring Files back into it. It is as Files go by. This is going to bunch them all up again. So we might run out of time. Yeah, we will, because we've got 3 minutes to go. And that's probably only one lap. In fact, behind the safety car, it's probably more than one lap. So we may finish this one under safety car, unfortunately, because there's a recipe for plenty more entertainment. But this is just race one for Formula Boss Ireland. They will be back on track later on. The marshals doing a great job, as they always do at Mondello Park, of pushing Peter Dwyer backwards and just stepping back while the cars go through at vastly reduced speed. Peter Dwyer, former champion in this class. He had said he was retiring, but I think couldn't stay away perhaps. So Aaron Cochran, Noel Robinson and Paul O'Connell, the top three in this one. Last time they went by us. And with the timer beginning to count down and down, just 2 minutes 28 to go, we may get a racing lap here. We may get a racing lap. The BMW Ireland safety car is going at a reasonable lick on the back straight, out of shot. Here we are. If they can get round to the start line in the next 2 minutes, the problem is removed. So the lights will go off now, I would imagine, on that BMW safety car. So if, I'm not sure who's driving the safety car. It's usually Declan Nolan, isn't it? It is Declan Nolan. Deco Nolan, known to us from Rallycross. Not a bad driver himself, so if he wants to put the hammer down, he'd be well able. Safety car is coming in, and we are going racing, I'm told, for one lap. Exactly what you'd want to do. Mechanical defect flag being prepared below me for somebody. So we'll have a look at that. Thank you very much, guys. Number 18, that's Tom Cochran, who's well back. Okay, the safety car is in. The BMW M3 is in. Aaron Cochran back to racing speed. Noel Robinson fancies a go at him. On the brakes, right up to him. Paul O'Connell, very much a danger man now. He's not too far away, and we know he's got a big turn of straight line speed, and he's got a great run on the way out. And here comes Paul O'Connell, straight by Robinson, but F3 car is not slow. This time Paul O'Connell doesn't make any mistakes, and he's closed in on second place. Well, talk about a second chance for Paul O'Connell, but Aaron Cochran really has got the head down through the twisty bits. He's going to take some catching here, and it's just one lap to do it. But look at the speed of the GP2 car in a straight line. It's great to have it here at Mondello Park. And these relatively modern Formula 3 cars. We had older Formula 3 cars for a couple of years in Boss. Certainly the bar has been raised by the competitors in Formula Boss Ireland. It's got some really quick cars. They broke the outright lap record here. Cian Carey did at the opening race meeting. There's Jonathan Files in the mix too now. And this is where it's danger time for Aaron Cochran, because that car is so quick, and we've got a long straight coming up. Paul O'Connell lines it up. He's not as quick through the corner. Oh, Aaron Cochran knows, and he stands on the power. The car moves around under him, but here comes Paul O'Connell. The Paul O'Connell Express blasts by and takes the lead. Can he close the door? No, not quite. They're giving each other racing room, these two guys. I'm impressed by that. He probably could have slammed the door shut, but he might have taken a fin off the front of that car. Is that going to be the end of it? No, he gets alongside again and gets ahead again, and this time he gets it done. That's brave stuff from Paul O'Connell. These guys giving each other mutual respect. They're the Zetec front runners perhaps should have a look at this racing. It's incredible stuff. So Paul O'Connell doing absolutely beautifully now as he pulls away from Aaron Cochran on this, the final lap. Fergus Brennan is ready below me with the checkered flag. And, well, he'll have stories to tell after this one, Paul O'Connell. He was in the gravel about 5 minutes ago, and now he's about to take the checkered flag to win the first Finnstown Boss race of the day. Sideways celebration for Paul O'Connell, hand in the air. He is delighted with that one. Aaron Cochran, great drive to second place. Noel Robinson just holds off Jonathan Files for third, and then it's a very impressive run from Roland Doherty. Then it's Shane Rabbit in Barry's car. Barry loaned it to him because the parts didn't arrive for his. Tony Green and Rob King and Tom Cochran going through. And then it's Gary Graham and Donald Griffin. Well, what a race from Formula Boss Ireland. The entertainment is good on the live stream today. It's almost like the classes know they're being live streamed and put on a better show. Of course, that's not the case. There you are, thumbs up from both of those guys. And I have to say, they did give each other plenty of room. That could have been a very hectic last lap. But Paul O'Connell backed out of it initially and then got the run on the way up the hill and just used the brake horsepower to get by, and a little bit of commitment to get on the brakes and across the bows of the F3 car. So there you go, Formula Boss Ireland, sponsored by Finnstown Castle and Gaswise. Great entertainment from those guys. So back on track, more ICCR action here. Live streamed to you from the Beacon Hospital Health Check and their association with the ICCR at Mondello Park. And next up is the second of 3 races today for the Legends motorbike engined single-seater miniature racing cars. They give us great entertainment at Mondello Park. Full a good grid of them again. David Yamamoto, former gearbox carter, going to start this one on pole position. Alongside him, Seamus Ryan. Row 2 is Gordon Brown and Lee Malone, then Anthony Malone and Colin Hamill, Richard Spence and Gary Humphreys, and then the names that are more familiar to us right at the back, watching them charging through. Greg Richardson alongside Peter Barable on row 5, Scott Jackson and Jeff Richardson on row 6, and Derek Hogan and Ty Sharkey on row 7. Kermit the Frog, obviously a big fan of the Legends, down waving on one of the cars, perhaps David Yamamoto's car. It's a similar colour. He starts this one, as we said, from pole position. So here they come, rolling start as ever with these Legends. Great sound effects as they go by us. They don't have a whole lot of grip. They run a hard compound threaded tyre, so they move around quite a lot under the drivers. Watch out for the Daedlow yellow car on the right hand side near the back there, Peter Barable. Here's Barable moves to the outside to get the run. Jeff Richardson coming right with him on his bumper as they come down to the first corner, and all the way from the back, Barable right round to 5th place. Oh, maybe not, he's left out wide, isn't he? And somebody coming to almost a complete halt, and that is, I think that's Greg Richardson getting caught in behind them, so problem for that car. It's a shame just getting one corner, stationary yellows at the start-finish line. Yamamoto leads this one. Gordon Brown up to 2nd place already. Barable down the inside there to take 4th place. Very much a danger man in this one. Watching out for the Richardsons. There's Tyke Sharkey, works for Mondello during the week. Down into the S's now, with Derek Hogan in there too. You can spot him a mile away in the Pink Panther as he calls his car. He's having a look down the inside of Tyke Sharkey there. But Yamamoto looking good out front as Barable gets alongside Seamus Ryan there on the way up the hill. Barable now in 3rd place. Yamamoto will know that Barable and probably the Richardsons will be coming through, so he'll have to head down. Pretty experienced Yamamoto, did a lot of karting, and then did some Zetec racing actually, Fiesta Zetec racing before he entered the Legend class. He's getting away nicely from Gordon Brown, but the danger man here, of course, 22. Peter Barable in 3rd place. Super Ains bends right and then left. This is the 2nd of the 3 races today for the Legends. Yamamoto right up onto that inside curb. Somebody going very wide there. Is that Ryan? Rejoining, but just couldn't get it stopped. It's like Sharkey up a place at the back. Yamamoto all the curb and a little bit of grass, kicking up massive lock at the inside front. Gets him sideways, and Barable down the inside. Barable had already got up to 2nd and just takes the lead. Beautiful drift on the way out of the corner there from Peter Barable, and that's such a shame. He was going nicely, Yamamoto, but that lock up just meant he couldn't get it turned in without getting it sideways, and even though he held the moment beautifully, it just cost him so much speed on the way out, and he's being mugged now down the outside by Gordon Brown and up the inside by Jeff Richardson, and Richardson is probably going to come out top. He's very good in traffic. He does. Chops across the bows of Gordon Brown there. Richardson brave stuff at turn 2. Doesn't want to let Peter Barable get away, obviously. So it's Richardson versus Barable again. We did have Rob Barable out in this last year, but Rob's gone rallying and he's doing quite well this year. Oh dear, off goes Richardson. That's very unusual for him to make a mistake. But Jeff Richardson off into the gravel. He's back out, but that's cost him any chance of win here. Waves Yellow's being taken back in there as he recovers the car back onto the track, but that's left Peter Barable way out in front. Yamamoto in 2nd, Gordon Brown 3rd, Seamus Ryan 4th. We'll check out when they go by where Richardson ended up when he rejoined. Greg Richardson going through, but Jeff dropped further back, I think. Don't know if he lost many places after he recovered, after he got back onto the track, but certainly he's well back. So Yamamoto now under pressure from the late braking Gordon Brown, who comes at him on the brakes down into 7A and B. Up over that inside curve. Anyone that drives these Legends absolutely loves them. As we said earlier, most of them run by Paul O'Brien's POB racing team. They have a superb setup in the paddock. They've all got colour-coded awnings over the cars, drivers' names hanging up. The cars are all immaculate. He doesn't run them all, but he runs practically all of them. Cars are generally available for rent. You know, a couple of people, Tyke Sharkey's in one of them there, and Barry Hallion had a go in one earlier in the year. And I think there are some cars available to buy as well. Richardson right in there, kissing the curb on the inside, but look at Barrable, massive lead by Legend standards. We're not used to this. Still 6 minutes to go in this one. Up to the final corner, down through the gearbox, sequential box, obviously the bike gearbox as well. Look at this, somebody very sideways on the inside there. Is that Sharkey? It is. It's made up a good few places. Tyke Sharkey, oh dear, around goes somebody there. Tyke Sharkey started right at the back, but he's well up there. He's gone by in 7th place. So great stuff. Had a bit of a mishap in the early race, but going really nicely here is Tyke Sharkey. Brown now under a bit of pressure from Yamamoto. Change in the background. It's Richardson, I think. Jeff Richardson and Greg Richardson coming up behind this group as well. Come down into Bridgestone corner, the long left-hander. Look at Barrel just disappearing, the little Daedalo dot disappearing over the horizon there as they come out onto the straight. It'll be a little bit disheartening for them. And in fact, we've got a little bit of rain. The last time the Legends came out this morning, we got a little bit of rain. Once again, we didn't see it coming. The sky looks clear, it's quite bright, but there is a few drops of rain falling here at Mondello Park. Fastest lap to Barrable, no surprise there. In fact, a new lap record for Peter Barrable. That's the first lap record of the weekend. New lap record for Peter Barrable, 1:57.683. So Barrable really pushing hard out front, and he was leading by 5 seconds when they went across the line after 2 laps. So his first flying lap, and he's broken the lap record, Peter Barrable. So very much on form today, a 57.683. Nobody else under the 2-minute mark. That's how much his advantage is. Nobody else is under the 2-minute mark. So 1:57.683 for Barrable last time round. You can see him out of shot. He's already on the way up to the final corner. Be interesting to see his lap time when he goes by here. There's Barrable already gone through. Now look at the gap there. Come the rest of them. Well, they're probably infighting a little bit, which wouldn't help. The two Richardsons there, right up over the curb and very late on the brakes. Greg Richardson just ahead of Jeff, I think, as they come back towards us. Yamamoto under pressure here from the Richardsons. They're running in tandem. Somebody waving them on very aggressively. Not much room there, but in fairness to Yamamoto, he gave him the width of a Legend, but not very much more. So it's good, hard racing. That is 24, so it's Greg Richardson that gets by him first, and Jeff Richardson now lining up behind. Gets good traction off the corner, goes to try and sit around the outside, but Yamamoto has that contained. But just gets the run on him on the straight, gets up alongside and gets the nose ahead, well ahead. Yamamoto goes back at him on the brakes. There's contact there. Richardson gets out of shape. Yamamoto gets out of shape. Richardson hangs on to it. Yamamoto with a massive tank slapper. He did well to hang on to that. He really did. It's not a place where you need to be getting the car out of shape. It's high speed corner there, that long right-hander. But he managed to gather it all up. Back towards us again, just 3 minutes to go in this one, so a couple of laps still to run as Greg Richardson gets the run this time up the inside of Gordon Brown, who's gone a little bit smoky. Gordon Brown's car doesn't seem short of speed in a straight line, but certainly a puff of smoke from it there. Not the first time. Gets a good run, in fact. Richardson may have to defend down into 7A and B. No, he goes very late on the brakes though. Oh, Richardson's almost saying hello to each other there, two brothers, as Jeff has a look down the inside of Greg and sits around the outside for the second bit of Bahrain's Benz and manages to get it done. They're really, really good in traffic, both of these Richardsons, and Jeff Richardson just getting the job done, already getting away there. It'll be interesting to see what kind of lap time he can do if he gets a clear lap, because remember, Peter Barrable has just smashed the lap record here for Legends with a 1:57.683, and here is Peter Barrable, hand in the air. He's just saying hello to his pit crew, is he? Probably saying one, is there a lap to go? Probably a lap to go, because 1:58. Yeah, well, he can do a lap in 1:57.8. So if he breaks the lap record again this lap, he will cost himself an extra lap. He'll have to do another lap. So he'd be as well ease off just a little bit maybe as the group goes down towards turn one. The two Richardsons together, Gordon Brown right with them, drifting out of it. Then it's Yamamoto, and then somebody's skating across the gravel. That's Seamus Ryan. Will he get a turn? He will at Max's corner, the newly renamed corner, Max's corner. Gets it going, and away he goes there, number 4. Well prepared car, looks well, but just a little bit too late in the brakes and couldn't stop it. Still nobody else. Well, actually, Jeff Richardson has done a 58.6, but nobody touching Barrable. Is a full second quicker than that. 57.6 for that new lap record. And Barrable has backed off now, 59.4 last time round, but again, nobody else lapping under the 2-minute mark. So Peter Barrable certainly in this one the class in the field, but Legends tends to swing and change during the day, and who knows who's going to be quickest in race 3 later on. But it's Peter Barrable, Jeff Richardson, Greg Richardson, Gordon Brown, David Yamamoto, Seamus Ryan is the top 6. Pushing very hard there is Jeff Richardson, right out to that exit curve. You don't see too many people clipping the grass on the way out of Lola corner, but he went right out and over the edge of it there. So maximum commitment. He's beginning to ease away now from Greg Richardson and Gordon Brown. So let's have a look. We're down to 36 seconds to go. Where's Barrable? He's out just ahead of these guys. Here he is, top of your screen, top right, the Daedalow blob. But I can tell you off screen below me, Fergus Brennan is climbing the stairs and getting ready with he's thinking of it. He's not sure yet. He's waiting for radio communication. So we have 19 seconds to go, and Barrable coming up to the final corner. So we could have an extra lap to run. Here he comes. Barrable won't be aware, of course, as he comes down towards us. He's going to get another lap, I think, or is he? It's very, very tight. 4, 3, 2. Oh, 2 seconds to go. He gets another lap. Barrable just went a little bit too quick. He did a 59.5. Had he just lifted off there, the checker flag would have gone out. So he's given everybody an extra lap here, Barrable. His gap is out to 8.7 seconds, which is incredible by the standards of this class. It's never, ever, ever really is it that much of a gap out front. Now he's lifted off 59.5. Jeff Richardson 58.5 last time round, but certainly nobody touching Barrable's fastest lap. New lap record holder Peter Barrable. He's in the motor trade like his family, like his brother Rob works with his dad in MB Motors, or Michael Barrable Motors in Airside. Peter imports a lot of automatic cars, a lot of Jap import cars, very, very well known in the trade, and loves his racing here at Mondello Park. He's done a bit of rallying as well, as most of the family have, but he is a little bit of a master of getting into cars and setting them up, and very helpful to less experienced drivers as well, Peter Barrable. Here he goes through Lola corner for the last time. He'll be happy enough with this one. Right out to the outside. He's also won in rallies. He's won in endurance trials, many different disciplines. Here they go. Final time now, down through the gears. Through 7A and 7B, inch perfect. No sideways stuff from Barrable now. Being very sensible. He's got a massive gap, and he'll be well aware of that, so he won't be pushing at all on this the final lap. Here he comes up the hill one more time. Great shot coming up the hill and right and left through Brains Bends. And hard on the brakes and through this long left-hander. This time Fergus Brennan has got the checkered flag prepared below us, and Peter Barrable, a sight he's well used to at Mondello Park. He's won many races in different classes. Right out to the outside there, just touching the outside curb, inch perfect as we'd expect. Late on the brakes at the Southside Motor Factory's corner. And he's going to be the next winner in the Digital Motorsports ICCR today. Here comes Peter Barrable with a new lap record to boot, an absolutely dominant victory, hand out the window. He's delighted with that one. Peter Barrable takes the win. Second place is going to be Jeff Richardson. He's put a bit of a charge on in the last 2 laps. And it's Greg Richardson. Gordon Brown goes through. David Yamamoto, good run to 5th for him, and then a big gap back to what I think will be either Derek Hogan or Seamus Ryan. In fact, both of them locked together. Seamus Ryan just leading. Or is that Seamus Ryan? I think Seamus Ryan may have dropped back. No, it is. Seamus Ryan just ahead of Derek Hogan going through. Then great battles as Anthony Malone and Gary Humphreys come through. And Colin Hamill right with them. And Scott Jackson in there too. So good battles all the way down. They're missing Lee Malone across the line. We're missing Tyke Sharkey, unfortunately. And Richard Spence both went missing after 3 laps. The leaders did 6 laps on that one. So that is Irish Legends, and next up we'll be back with more tin top action with the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs. Well, we've only just announced it, but everybody is talking about this car behind me. It's the Junior Mini Challenge for the ICCR here at Mondello Park. An exciting new saloon car series from 14 to 17-year-old drivers. Lift off, oversteer, bumper to bumper racing. We're going to have it all this year at Mondello Park. It's the new Junior Mini Challenge. We're going back racing now, and it's the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs with the top 6 reversed, and certainly my star man in the first race is going to be on the front row, Shane McBride, the Formula Vista, who just bought this car a couple of weeks back, had thrown in at the deep end. Look at this though, we're going to go live with Michael Cullen. We're over Michael Cullen's shoulder. He probably doesn't want us there. This is going to be good stuff. So Michael Cullen has a live onboard camera, thanks to See It Live the first time. We're still testing with this camera now, and this is very much a test run, so if it doesn't work all the way around the international, then we'll just stop using it, but we are testing it today. It's something we hope to use in the future quite a lot more. So Michael Cullen might give us a wave there on board, but they're getting ready to go out the pit lane. We'll go through the grid with you in a minute, but it's Fiesta ST, race 2, the second of their 2 races. On pole position for this one, it's going to be young Victor Cullen. There he goes in the first Beacon medical car. That's one of the Luke O'Hara Motorsport cars. There's Shane McBride just throwing the tail out, trying to get a bit of heat into his rear tire, like a seasoned front-wheel drive campaigner, Shane McBride. But as we said, Shane McBride is a Formula V racer who's raced for a few years. He's comes from Dundalk, and he bought this car out of the blue. He has a Fiesta Zetec, and he does the 6-hour race, but hasn't done much in terms of saloon car racing. But he was very, very impressive this morning, and he came 4th in the race. The top 6, or 5th, I should say, top 6 get reversed. This is on board now with Michael Cullen, and as you see, it's just beginning to break up a little bit out of turn 3, so we probably will be able to use that off the line perhaps, but I'm not sure how far away from the tower it'll work. We're still testing with that one. But there's Eddie Peterson, who won race 1 in the Peterson's Cars Like New machine. Then Trevor Ferrar, and Ferrar's garage car, the Churchtown Motor Company car of Christopher Grimes Jr. Then Cian O'Brien 555 newly built car, Gordon Kellett in one of the Murray Motorsport cars, Chris Jones in the Jones Investments car, Simon Dean in the Dean Motors car, Gary Lynch, Christopher Grimes Sr. in the ex-Jack Byrne machine he's just bought, Philip Lawless, who's racing 4 races today here at Mondello Park, twice in the Fiesta Zetec Championship and twice in the Fiesta ST Championship. Again, that's the ex-Barry Barrable car. We were chatting to Barry Barrable at lunchtime, great form, watching the stream and enjoying it, he's saying. So big hello to Barry and Niamh, of course, and they'll tune in watching this one. Barry will be hoping his car goes well. Well, there were problems for Phil Lawless this morning. I don't know if he's made it out onto the grid. Let's have a look. I think he probably has, but he's showing on the screen, on my screen, which would suggest he triggered the transponder on the way out. I think this is him. Yeah, indeed it is. So whatever the problem was, they seem to have sorted it. He had a little bit of contact, and it got it back going again. So he's showing right at the back. Again, Shane McBride just flicking the back of the car out like a seasoned campaigner. It's trying to get heat into the rear tyres. When you see them weaving around, they don't really want heat in the front tyres. Where you want heat in these cars is the rear tyres, because on cold tyres, they can be a little bit nasty at the rear. They'll catch you out. Any bit of commitment into a quick corner, or if you have to lift off at all, the back will let go. So you need to get heat into the rear tyres. That's what they're doing. As they're weaving around, they're probably lifting sharply to try and unsettle the back and get a bit of heat into those rear tyres. So Victor Cullen there, his first pole position. He's improved steadily over the last, about this time last year, he started to have a couple of really good runs, and lately has been going well. He'd love a top result. He went very well in the strikers here yesterday, qualifying 4th overall. Here he comes down for his first pole position start. Bit of pressure for this young man. The 3rd generation, of course, his grandfather Des Cullen raced many times at Mondello Park and the Phoenix Park, very successfully. A top saloon car racer for many years, hill climber, test trials. Des did pretty much everything. I think Des didn't he win the Circuit of Ireland with Jim Cullen and his brother alongside? I think he probably did. Victor Cullen on pole position. Somebody will text me and correct me if I get that wrong anyway. Shane McBride, the outside the front row, as we said. There's a great shot. Shane McBride on the right hand side. Shane will be absolutely loving this, won't he? Just having his first race out in the car, and he's getting a front row start on the live stream. Then it's Dave McGuire, hugely experienced in the Insure My Cars.ie car, and then the danger man in every sense on the outside with our onboard camera, Michael Cullen. I don't know if we'll get a shot off the line with Michael, but we might do. Michael Cullen on the outside of the front row. There we are. This is great stuff. Watch for the 5-second board. The man in the centre of the screen on the top of the rostrum there. That's Fergus Brennan. He's going to hold up a 5-second board. You're going to experience what it's like to leave the line in a saloon car race. The tension is building now, and he's waiting for the cars to be gridded up right to the back. Christopher Grimes, there's the 5-second board up now. Watch the tower. You should see the lights on the tower straight in front of the bridge, I should say. They're on. They're off and we're away. This is great stuff from Cullen. It gets away, grabs second gear, but Shane McBride has done enough, I think, on the outside. Shane McBride leads down into turn 1. Michael Cullen down the outside goes by Victor. Victor's going back at him on the brakes. He's not going to let him in there. Oh dear. Max Turley just like a missile, like whatever happened, Max Turley, and he just cleaned Dave McGuire out of it. I wonder, was he shoved off, or is there mechanical breakage on the car? Because he looked like a passenger coming across the gap there. But all the blue and white cars, the commentator's confusion there as we go down into turn 3. And either Michael Cullen needs his wheels balanced, or we need to work on our onboard camera coverage, but one or the other. Shane McBride leading this, then Victor Cullen, Michael Cullen, Eddie Peterson already up to 4th place. So great stuff as they come down towards us. It's Victor still ahead of Michael there in this one, and Eddie Peterson now cruising up behind them. And look at Victor closing down Shane McBride. Victor, a top sim racer, does a lot of sim racing. Now that will cost him time. That's a little bit of inexperience perhaps there, because he had to go, but even more inexperience. Shane McBride throws it all away. Victor goes wide to have a look, and Michael Cullen slices down the inside to take the lead. Sorry son, I've got to go. Victor on the outside, Michael on the inside, the safety car. They've heard the two Cullens are side by side, and they're getting the safety car ready just in case. There's a car being pulled off the grid. Safety car boards are out, in fact, and the two Cullens still side by side. I'm not sure, they may have to give those places back, because I can see the safety car board below me. So I don't know whether Victor was still leading or Michael was leading when the safety car board came out, but certainly they're still having a go there. Shane McBride and Phil Lawless, the two newbies, and they're halfway up the grid. Max Turley still going. There he is, centre of the picture. Oh, somebody hasn't seen the safety car board. Ferrar. It happens a lot. They get unsighted. They're all still racing there. Yeah, saloon cars, very difficult sometimes to see. You can't see through the car in front, so you may miss a safety car board, but they've stayed apart. And I'm not sure that order is correct, though. John Kenny is with me. John, the famous sports journalist and DJ. There's a microphone just behind you over there in that box, so you might as well come live onto the screen. John, how's tricks?
Pretty good.
Good to have you here at Mondello Park.
Yeah, it's been a while. Nice to be back. Great streaming service as well too. Great action shots around the track. It's really just got to get that Michael Cullen in on board when that's sorted out. It looked terrific. We have it on our screen here. But because he's out in front as he passes down the main straight behind the safety car. But if you get that onboard shot, we tried that with you a couple of years ago. I remember in the Phoenix Park when we got you commentating on races as well in the park.
I did it a few times in the RPM days, but it was pre-recorded. But it's funny enough how technology, I'm showing my age here, but you used to have to carry the equivalent of a VCR. Most people watching this don't know what a VCR is, but it's a big heavy box in the car, and then that was connected to a camera. It's like a video recorder in your car. RPM used to put them in, and some people loved it, and other people used to think it was the curse when they were getting it, you know, that something would go wrong.
I do remember actually you tapping the window to a car that was in front of you called, it was the Elastomotive car. And you were saying, here, Don't forget all this publicity I'm giving you, boys.
I'm sure I said more than that, but anyway, moving swiftly along. It's many moons ago. Part of my past that I don't like to discuss, isn't that what we say?
Yeah. Well, it's great to see the in-car stuff as well. So if it gets that right, and we can see it again, Michael Cullen behind the safety car, it'll just give you a bird's eye view, really, won't it, of just how this class works out. I mean, it's fantastic class, the ST series, no doubt about it. It complements very well the Zetec class, but the ST series is really good, great grids, fantastic racing as well, and Cullen's generally in the thick of it.
Yeah, Eric Holstein he came into this class and won the championship on his first year in 2019 to add to his Irish touring car, say at Super Cup, Punta O'Bar titles. And he says he's coming back out. He just sent me pictures during the week. The car is completely fixed up and ready to go, but he's very busy with business, hasn't really been around. So I do see him in the paddock today, but he didn't think he was going to be around this weekend. But I think we'll see him out in the next round. Holstein, he has registered for the championship, so he can come out if he likes, and that will certainly add some entertainment. So also Dara Denning says if Eric comes out, he'll come back out again. Mad keen to have a scrap with Eric Holstein. That'll be worth watching. Another spectacular driver.
So see Phil Lawless out there as well, stalwart of Mondello Park. Started second last on the grid. He's worked his way up, hasn't he?
Phil Lawless is in 7th place.
7th. That's quite a jump, but he knows his track well.
There's on board with Cullen now. What, 3rd gear down to 2nd here, and he'll be looking for a good clean run out of the corner. Tactics will be. He's got a run. Has he on? He has on Peterson. And Victor right on Peterson's bumper. Surprised Eddie Peterson let Cullen get away by that length or two.
Safety car in. Back racing again.
Michael Cullen, Eddie Peterson, Victor Cullen, Trevor Farrar, Keane O'Brien, Gordon Kellett-Wellop, Phil Lawless, and Shane McBride. Here they are. There's Lawless and McBride. Then Dean, Jones, Turley still in there too. Turley's got loads of pace, so keep an eye out for him. Panasonic car. I'm not sure what happened down into turn 1, but it could have been a lot nastier than it was. This will be interesting because Peterson has been fractionally quicker than Michael Cullen this weekend. Not by much, but as ever, you know, none shall pass. Isn't that what we used to say about Gordon Kellett? It's like that with it was like that with Ray Moore here yesterday and across the 9S, and it'll be like that with Michael Cullen. He won't hand any places away, and Eddie Peterson will have to be inventive to get by. There we are down into the S's again. Cullen silky smooth, doesn't want to upset the car, right out to the outside and onto that curb, full throttle up the hill. Watch how many times he looks in the mirror, grabs 4th gear, a little look up to the mirror. He sees the visor going up there. He would keep one eye on the mirror all the time, see has he made progress, is he closer, is he going to have a look. Michael Cullen, massively experienced. He was winning championships here back. His first race ever was in a Ford Fiesta in 1984 in Pat Murphy's Ford Fiesta Super Sport in production saloons, and then he raced his dad's car a few times. He did Formula Ford 1600, then moved into saloons, and as you know, John, massively successful career all through the 90s.
Very impressive Eddie Peterson, I must say, in 2nd place, keeping Cullen honest. Auto tester, now racing in the ST series, and he's really working Cullen hard here, isn't he? He's right on his bumper.
Yeah, he's leading the championship this year. He's very, very strong. He's had plenty of wins, including one here this morning, and he's keen to add to that. So closing right in. Victor Cullen doing well in 3rd place, not being swamped or anything like it. Looks very good in 3rd place there, but not quite able to stay with these two guys, but certainly nobody catching him just yet.
You think these two would pull away now? Problem for Peterson is, as you say, getting past Cullen, master of Mondello, even though he's out in the international circuit, where you would think there's more overtaking opportunities, but Peterson just needs to get really, really close to Cullen to force perhaps an error. But Cullen's like a rocket sled on rails out there. He knows this place extremely well.
You're quoting convoy there, John. Good stuff. We got us a convoy up front here, haven't we?
Again, showing the age.
Well, Michael Cullen prides himself on being the Dick Dastardly of Mondello Park, and he certainly has great fun. He's got great experience, huge tactics, and racecraft in abundance, as you said there. But actually, Peterson's not, he was inching up to him there, but it's stabilised a little bit now. And in fact, Cullen got fastest lap the last time round just by a fraction, the gap at 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, Peterson just dropping back ever so slightly to come down through the S's. Get a good onboard shot of Cullen.
Very smooth.
Tidy, isn't he? Yeah, he's right in the middle of the road too.
You'd think he'd have the sleeves rolled up and be sawing at the wheel, but it looks very relaxed there as Michael Cullen gets into the groove. And Eddie Peterson now, with the one with the car, beginning to move around a little bit at the back as he tries hard. He touches that inside curb, perhaps upsets the car a little bit. Peterson's pushing very hard here, and Cullen, I think, beginning to extend, John, is he?
I think so, yeah. It might be interesting to see how Peterson does in a straight line. Cullen is the one who pulls away in the corners. They're down into 7A, 7B, out of sight of those in the grandstand. But Peterson has actually closed up a little bit. Cullen just pulling away as he pulls out of that corner.
It's like an elastic band. I think Peterson closes in on the brakes into 7A and Cullen quicker out of 7B. Something happening in the background, a lot of weaving going on. It's Farrar and somebody else. It's Hurley in the middle of that one on the outside. Oh, McBride as well with the elbows out, and Lawless. There's contact there as they come towards us. With, Lawless the big, and again McBride into the quarter panel of Gordon Kellett's car. What's going on? Farrar's gone around, surely on the left here. I think he's gone around out of shot. He is, Trevor Farrar. Massive tank slapper. There he is, the top of the screen in the middle. But that was all very, very hectic. Very un-ST-like, I have to say. The Farrar Motors car still looks immaculate. It's always immaculate. No marks on it. I'm sure there's some on the far side. Here's Turley now, trying to get by Keane O'Brien. Then it's Gordon Kellett, then Shane McBride, then Phil Lawless. Then it's Dean, then it's Chris Jones. And then that's Christopher Grimes Sr. as they go by. So Turley now up to 5th place, Max Turley ahead of Gordon Kellett.
Yeah, it's the real battle of the race up in front. Cullen and Peterson with their own battle. Farrar gets going again. He's off a lot of time and a lot of places as well. There's the battle for the lead. Peterson is keeping Cullen honest. He's right at his bumper. Out of the country. Back towards us. And different racing styles. Cullen looks very smooth and fun. Obviously Peterson anxious to try and get past him. We're back in car with Cullen again. Saw him last time around being very, very smooth with the car. No seesawing at all. Right in the centre. Oh, Peterson goes wide out in the grass. He's pushing it hard.
Yes, they're both right on the limit. We see Cullen feeding the wheel in and feeling it all the way around the corner, seeing what the car was doing under him. But as you said, looking very smooth as he does so. Peterson put a wheel off and lost pace there. But he seems to be able to cruise back up again to Michael Cullen, but he hasn't been consistently close enough to have a go just yet, and Michael Cullen knows that, and he's so confident. Look at this, no centre of the road, right to the outside, full racing line down there. Peterson is the one who's hitting the curbs, jumping up over the curbs. Cullen looking a lot smoother, but Peterson does seem to be slightly quicker, but he hasn't been close enough to have a go, and that could be coming as they come towards Bahrain's Bends. The right left, Victor Cullen getting a grandstand view of this. Holding back, Dad. I'll be there in a minute. And then it's Max Turley coming up over the hill. And again, all this weaving in the background. Is that Gordon Kellett? Yeah, pulling over to the left. Shane McBride tries to go around the outside. Oh, it's Kellett being so defensive, I think, coming up the hill there. That's what was going on. They were behind them. You can't see as they're coming straight towards you. So here's Peterson. He's going to have a go into the final corner. He's so overcommitted there and bounces again behind Cullen. Cullen on the brakes, nice and smooth. He doesn't defend, so gets a good run on the way out. So Peterson looks quicker, but he's on the ragged edge, isn't he, John?
Yeah, I was about to say that. He's on the ragged edge. He's pushing for all his worth, but Cullen looks so smooth, stays it in the centre, or keeps it in the centre of the road, and Peterson just can't get past that at all. He's not getting close enough to get onto his back bumper to give him perhaps a little nudge or get into his back panel to try and get alongside. And Victor Cullen back in 3rd place, just not making an impression on the front two, but I think he'd be happy enough to finish on the podium if he stays there. Back in car with Cullen. Gearing down.
Yeah, down to 3rd there for the first bit. And 2nd, I'm sure, for the 2nd bit. Into the curb. Just when you say ragged edge, it always reminds me of a great story, John. One of Craig Elliott's famous was when the Boss Ireland class years ago was Formula Libre. Ed McInerney used to look after the class. He used to send them all texts on the Nokia, and he'd always sign off with RGDS Ed. Regards, Ed. Somebody said, "Who's this ragged edge? You keep sending us texts." So Ed became known as the ragged edge around the paddock, and still sticks to this day, I'd imagine. But yeah, here they come down into the S's as we normally say, but this time it's a Bridgestone corner. Shane McBride still going nicely. McBride's still impressive. He's 7th in this class. The thing about this, I remember when Victor Cullen was coming into this class and a few newcomers were saying it's like learning to swim in a pool of sharks, John. They were all hugely experienced. You know, you think an easier class, or well, a class with less experienced drivers might be the way to start, but Michael Cullen reckons you jump in at the deep end. That's how you learn to swim.
Peterson's closer than he's been. There's only 2 minutes and 43 seconds to go, so he's going to have to make his move sometime. Has a little look. Ooh, sideways movements as well. He's right on the edge is Peterson. Cullen just not making any room for him to pass. You would think Victor might get close to this battle. There he is in the background, but he's not making any impression at all. It's the front two that has this real battle with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, you're spot on, John. What's happening there is Cullen is confident, and he knows that Eddie's kind of bouncing around, so he's not, look at this, he's not really blocking, so they're doing good lap times, they're still getting away. Peterson gets the car so upset. The auto testers love the car moving under them, and he has that car dancing under him, Eddie Peterson, and he gets a run out again. But Cullen looks so composed. He just doesn't look like he's being rattled at all. As you said, just 2 minutes to go now, so this is the last lap, I'd imagine. On unless they smash the lap record and get around quick enough to start another one, which is unlikely. So Cullen now leading from Eddie Peterson. Peterson going wide, that's going to cost him time. It's going to cost him a lot of time there. Probably a length or two. Indeed it does, going through turn 2. Now let's see how quickly he can close this gap down, because that's 4 or 5 car lengths maybe, John, on the way to turn 3.
Yeah, he lost a lot of time coming out of that first corner, didn't he? Just went too wide. He's right back with him now as they head back down towards us in the main stadium section. The S is out on the edge again. Goes Peterson, puts a back wheel out in the grass. Cullen just easing his way through the S's. You can't see Peterson overtaking the maestro of Mondello, really, can you?
Oh, I don't know. I think if he got a bit closer, they're both on the edge. Look how much quicker they are than anybody else. They're both in the 203, but 202s they've done. Nobody else has done a 202. In fact, I think, somebody has. Max Turley's done one, but not consistently. But this time Cullen now is, he'll be just loving this. You can imagine the smile, Michael Cullen, because he would have felt, I'm sure, that Eddie Peterson was slightly quicker. Eddie Peterson was on pole this morning and took the first race, but Cullen just controlling this beautifully, and nothing that Eddie Peterson can do. Trying to unsettle him on the way back up the hill here the last time, but it takes an awful lot more than that to unsettle Michael Cullen. So Cullen looking super smooth in the LOH Motorsport car. This will be his first win for LOH Motorsport if he can get it through these last 3 corners, John.
Yeah, last 30 seconds of the race, so we're on the last lap, 15-minute race. Back towards us they come now, and it's just not going to catch him. It's a really difficult left-hander. You just wait and wait and wait until you get it into a straight line. And Cullen, he's got about 3 or 4 car lengths, and there's no doubt about it. He's going to beat Peterson. And Peterson did all he could, but Cullen wins yet another race here at Mondello Park.
Well, hopefully we'll see his reaction here, see him punching the air when he goes by. Will there be any? Look at the Kevin O'Hara and John O'Hara and the crew on the right hand side. Sean Hines, they'd be delighted with this. He's giving them the big number 1. Look at the pit board there, P1. There is a checkered flag. We can see Fergus Brennan smiling there as he went by. That is great stuff from Michael Cullen, and what a charge from Eddie Peterson. He never gave an inch all the way through that race. 2 top saloon car drivers having a real go, and nobody near them at all. Fantastic stuff from both of those. No contact at all, John, no damage done. And there's Victor Cullen to take a podium, and is that his first podium in STs? I suspect it is. Very impressive stuff for Victor. Max Turley cruising up behind Victor in the closing stages. There were 203 dead on the final lap. But 2 Cullens on the podium, absolutely fantastic. And there's Michael Cullen already out of the car, he's delighted. Where's he going? Straight back to Victor for third. Oh, that's so cool. Victor gets his first podium. That is nice to see, emotional scenes. He's more impressed with Victor getting the podium than himself getting the win. Well done, Michael Cullen, and well done, Victor Cullen. And to see it all live on TV is pretty cool stuff. I think we'll have to get a photo of those 2 guys later on.
Absolutely.
But I've seen Michael Cullen get out of cars and run towards people before, but not necessarily
not
to
same manner,
congratulate them. No, that was fantastic. So the Beacon Hospital Health Check team getting 2 cars on the podium there, and LOH Motorsport as well. Murray Motorsport have a win already this morning, and they have a 2nd place there with Eddie Peterson again. So great battles between the teams as well as the drivers. They come back in now for the technical teams to check the cars out, but highly entertaining stuff. A few cars already in there, so non-finishers. It looks like we missed a few of them there. Dave McGuire's already there, but the winner in that one on a healthy close dose of championship points is Michael Cullen. His friend Dave McGuire shaking hands with him there. The LOH Motorsport boys are there already. Is that Sean Hines? There it is indeed, with the thumbs up, and he's getting ready to take photos and have a chat with Michael Cullen. Well, John, great stuff from the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs.
Yeah, very good. 12 finishes in all. Dave McGuire, Trevor Farrer after that spin, Christopher Grimes and Wayne Laverick, the non-finishers. 12 cars finished in all. Cullen Peterson, Cullen, the top 3. Max Turley also in the 202s. Phil Lawless has done a lot of work on helping me race down the years. Finishes in 8th place. So Cullen, Peterson, Victor Cullen, and celebration time for the family. That is the 1, 2, 3 down to Simon Dean in 10th place.
So Irish Touring Cars back on the grid again. There's betterdeal.ie Irish Touring Car Championship, and a few cars reversed in this one. So this should be interesting stuff, because Stephen Traub took the win in the big 2.4 Honda. Nobody to touch him really, but he was kept honest by Owen Drought, who's rejoined this series after a few years away. Former rallyman going nicely in the Old Drought car sales golf, and he got close to him on a couple of occasions. Certainly under braking and through some of the tighter corners, he looked clearly quicker, but in a straight line wasn't able to stay with that Honda.
Well, you got to get a combination here, Leo, aren't you, of the Irish Touring Cars and the Future Classics. Future Classics work on bogey times as well, aren't they? So that can be difficult to work out. The Touring Cars, they have straight out race.
Yeah, they do, and they certainly on the international track, it's unusual to get penalties in the Future Classics class. There was one penalty this morning, but the timing system has been upgraded, so that should tell us. You'll probably get along the bottom here, just I'm pointing off screen, you'll get messages from the timing people, and they will show us who's got penalties, if there are any. Future Classics split into two classes: Super Future Classics, and then Future Classics for the slower cars, Punto 1400s, and there is one Celica. I'm not sure how in there, but there are three Punto 1400s, the old Mark 1 Puntos that I used to race back in the day. So Ross Archibald is the class coordinator. That's him there going through screen now. Beautifully prepared car. He does all the work on that himself. In fact, he does all the work on most of the cars in the paddock. I think sometimes a man that never gets to sit down and take a break. And he's been working on a couple of Fiesta Zetecs as well recently. So the mix around in the grid means that we will have Adrian Dunn on pole position. I love this because Adrian Dunn very much Fred in the shed. Built that little Saxo himself. It was a Future Classic car, decided to lighten it, upgrade it, got it going better, started building it as a race engine, eventually supercharged the car, and he was running third initially in the tournament. He had no business up at that end of the grid, I don't think, but he was going so well. The car gave a bit of bother, but he's going to start this one on pole, and he should, if he can get off the line, he should be able to lead for a lap or so before the big hitters, which I suppose is probably Drought and Traub. Just there now, the Golf with the white car with the red stripes and the multicoloured Honda beside it will come through. Then it's Future Classics, and it's Raymond Melia in the newer shape Celica, Richard Shattuck, who took the win in the last one in the yellow Civic, Ian Thornton in the white Celica, Aidan Byrne the black Celica, Paul Flanagan in the silver Clio 172, Eugene McCann, or Janie Mack as he's known, in the yellow MX-5, Niall Marr in the digital Motorsports MX-5, Paddy Howley in the MG Rover 25, depending on your persuasion, then Mark Garrity in the Civic, Stephen Healy in the Punto Abarth, Barry Shannon in the Honda Civic, and then back to the Future Classics: Gilbert Clancy, Darren Foyle, Graham Carroll, and Ross Archibald. That's our grid.
That's a heck of a grid, but there are races within races in this one. The touring cars, Adrian Dunn, Stuart Kern alongside him. There's eight touring cars up at the head of affairs. Because they're racing across the international track, they should be able to pull ahead of the Future Classics. 15-minute race as well.
Yeah, now we did expect Owen Drought to do his drag racing start that he did twice in Bishop's Court. He rocketed from the back of the grid up to second place twice, but his start was reasonable. It was as good as the fellow front row man, but he didn't lead down into turn one. But if he could sort that one out again, or press, there's a series of buttons you have to press for some magic drag start or a rocket launch off the line. I'm not so sure, but he just matched Stephen Traub off the line the last time. But I'm sure they will be slightly quicker. See, the rear-wheel drive car in front will be hard, so Owen Drought will know that car may struggle for traction and will be aiming that Golf, no doubt, between the blue car in front and the barrier.
I think we're missing car number 31, which is Stephen Martin. The outside of that row is missing, alongside Paul Toomey.
That car in the second row is Mazda MX-5, of course, or sorry, an RX-7 MX-5. It's an RX-7, and it's Alan O'Neill. Camouflage colours. I almost missed it, John. Worst joke of the day. In the absence of Matt Feeney, we have to throw in the odd cheesy joke ourselves. So we're getting ready to go now. Fergus Brennan below us with the 5-second board. He's now up. So watch out for Owen Drought in the Golf. Brake lights on there on the right-hand side of your screen. Third row of the grid. Will he be able to find a gap, or will Adrian Dunn get away? Long gap between the lights coming on. They're not on yet. They're on now. Adrian Dunn creeping a little bit. Owen Drought gets left on the grid to a certain extent, but then gets up and running, but he didn't make up any places. And it's Adrian Dunn, I think, as they head down to turn 1 on the inside, is it? Yes, it is, the last of the late breakers, and Owen Drought down the inside takes a place. Can he get ahead of Traub? Crucially, John, they're side by side, potentially the 2 leaders. No, he can't. The Civic the Integra just drives by him on the way to turn 2.
Behind the Future Classics have got going, but up in front it's the touring cars is the one we're concentrating on now. Graham, Dunn, Flynn, O'Neill, Traub and Owen Drought have got a very good start. There's the Future Classics behind.
Great of Future Classics, the Precision Graphics Future Classics. Ross Archibald looking for a run around the outside. There's the touring cars. And Traub got away with a classy move on the way down to turn 3, whereas Owen Drought had to wait a corner further by getting to get by one of the other cars. So they're running 3rd and 4th, but they're potentially the quickest 2 cars on track. These 2, that's a 2.4 litre K24 Honda Integra, and then the Golf GTI, the left-hand drive Golf GTI of Owen Drought. And Owen Drought will know that if he lets that car get away, that's the last chance he'll have. Sideways stuff around the outside. That's not sure who that is. That's Paul Toomey there with a big armful of opposite lock. It looked like we were drifting instead of racing at Mondello Park. And his Nissan now having a look at the back and down the outside of the RX-7. But the RX-7 up the inside, a sneaky move with the camouflage car. Probably didn't see him coming, John.
Yeah, and he's dragged him through as well. So, yeah, he didn't even know he was there.
Yeah, enough of that. They'll be all groaning at home watching this one. But anyway, apologies for that. So, we'll go back to the Future Classics in a minute, but this is a good scrap, a good jab scrap. The RX-7 holding off the Nissan now. The Silvia S14 trying to have a go with the background. Looks like a little bit of a handful. Watch the back end of it moving around. This is great stuff from Adrian Dunn leaving up front. The little Citroen Saxo VTS boxing way above its weight, and the RX-7 goes grass cutting. He decided he's had enough. We're going to rejoin there.
I think something broke there, Leo, to be quite honest. The way he went sideways into the gravel, he got to the end of the pit lane and then brought it in into the pit. So I think something maybe broken there because it looked like he could continue, but something's obviously gone.
That's a shame. Adrian Dunn, though, has got the fastest lap. Now, I know it was from a standing start, but he's not falling back at all. And the big boys are going to have to do some work to catch the little Saxo now. It's Adrian Dunn, David Flynn going superbly in 2nd place in the Integra, and then it's Stephen Traub and Owen Drought, who I would have expected to come ripping up through the grid. Hasn't happened just yet. Look at the battle for the lead at the top of the screen between Shattuck and is that let's see who that is.
Ian Thornton?
It is Ian Thornton, yeah, and Ian Thornton gets around the outside. A very committed driver. We saw him getting out of shape a couple of times earlier on. There's Eugene McCann, Mark Garrity, Flanair going through, Aidan Byrne being driven wide there in the big Celica by Niall Maher. There's Paul Flanagan now in the Clio 172. He's currently running in 3rd place in this one. Mark Garrity in 4th. Eugene McCann in the little yellow MX-5, trying really hard to close in on these front-wheel drive cars in front. MX-5s, everybody that drives them says they're great fun to drive. Eugene, a very welcome visitor from Northern Ireland down to us here in Mondello Park for the ICCR meetings. There's Traub's made up a place. Crucially got a car between himself and Drought. But he's got more to worry about than that, hasn't he, John? Because Adrian Dunn absolutely flying in the little Saxo. This is really, it's great to see.
Yeah, it's a race within races. So it's Dunn who's leading the Irish touring cars, which were let off first, and it's Richard Shattuck who's leading the Future Classics. He's in 7th on. If you're looking down the grid, he's in 7th place. But on the road, it's Dunn who leads out in front. Very impressed with his performance so far, although I think Flynn and Traub are just now starting to get the measure.
I think Traub will be on him by the end of this lap. It's great to see, and he's so committed. You see the little drift as he comes out towards the curve, out to paddock corner. Here he comes, the supercharger howling on the car, hard on the brakes. Look at the car bouncing right out wide to get in for a late apex. He really is having a go here, pushing hard. It's great to see it, the AD electrical car out front, and Traub wondering how it's taking him so long. Be wondering, is his clutch slipping or something? I should be catching this car far faster than that. But Adrian Dunn enjoying his moment of glory, and really he could still be on for a podium here, still be on for a win the way he's going. But certainly that Honda seems to be unstoppable with the K24 engine, and gets right into the apex and on the power. And I think up the hill, John, onto the international loop or on the back straight is probably where we're going to see a change for the lead here. Yeah. Maybe down the inside into the S's.
Yeah, his fastest lap as well, previous lap to that as well, Leo Traub. So he's starting to close in on Dunn.
Yeah, Dunn should be going defensive. No, he gets a great exit and gets himself a couple of lengths back. So yeah, David Flynn going well. Owen Drought's pace not as strong as it was in race 1 for some reason. I would have expected him to be somewhere near the tail of Traub. Look at this now. Traub can put the indicator on here, just pull out and go by. But Adrian Dunn moves over to the right hand side for a moment. and gets back on the brakes good and late, so this is good stuff. You maybe have to rethink this one. Adrian Dunn will be absolutely loving this one. That slowed Traub down a little bit and may get the other two cars up to his back bumper because he's not going to get by through the twiddly bits, John.
No, a little bit of smoke as well out of the back wheel as he went diving into corners 7A and B, and he kept the lead really well. Did we saw in the previous race with Michael Cullen keeping into the centre of the road, so Traub has to go either left or right. But Dunn is keeping it in a very smart straight line.
Up on the two wheels there for Dunn as he clipped the inside curb and he drives away from them. And again, Paddock, he's so committed, but this is going to cost him time. He's gone wide. He's still got the throttle wide open. Traub has a look down the inside. I don't think he's going to make it, is he? Surely Dunn will come across his bows. He does, and they're all together now. And Owen Drought suddenly back in with a shout in the golf now. This will be very interesting. Here's Traub. Adrian Dunn says, no, thank you. I'm going across to the pit wall. I'll tell you something, that's not slow, that little Saxo John in the straight line, is it?
No, it does. It's a great 3D shot as they come through the
fantastic
through the start-finish line as well. I thought he'd lost it altogether there, Dunn, when he went out onto the grass, but he kept the shoe in, as you said, and kept the lead. I don't know how he's done that.
Traub is gone. He's pulled in there. He was a little bit short of straight line power, but he came down the short circuit. He's gone in the back of the paddock. Now it's wide open. Any of these three can win the race, but Adrian Dunn suddenly looking very, very good here, John.
Yeah,
and what a turn up for the books that would be.
I wonder what happened to Traub there. Just went straight on into the back of the paddock, so that gives Dunn a chance to just ease away from the two behind. But he's driving the wheels off that.
Owen Drought quicker than the two cars in front though. He's been in the 54s. He was in the 53s this morning. They're in the 55s. So Owen Drought in here with a shout. He's going to have a look down the inside. Needs to get back to the outside to get a racing line. Stays on the inside though. That'll cost him on the way through the corner. And look at that. He's lost 2, 3, 4 lengths, but he's got the power on early. The Golf is quick through the long right-hand corner. He gets a run on the back straight. It's got plenty of power, hasn't it, the Golf, John?
Yeah, it's battle for second now, and if Dunn can just keep his head like he didn't do in the previous lap, he could actually start pulling away from these two because they start battling each other.
Again, that was just, he tried to go up through at 7B and all that's just cost him time. You're not going to get through there from 2 lengths back. But it is, you can see why he's doing that, because he thinks Dunn might get away. There's a chance of a win here for Owen Drought if he can just time it correctly.
Yeah, with Traub gone.
Yeah, Traub gone, and Flynn is going really well, much better than in race 1. He's very impressive here in that Integra. But the thing is that Adrian Dunn not really getting away. Adrian Dunn, with these two battling, he should be getting away. And he would suggest that Drought might be quicker. He's going to have a look up the inside. If he doesn't make this, it'll cost him a lot of time. He doesn't make it, and it's cost him a lot of time. So, yeah, here he goes. The main straight, he's slightly quicker. He comes alongside. The Golf certainly quicker than the Honda as they go by us. He's got the nose ahead. Can he close the door down into turn 1? He can. So that's up to second place, and now it's very much game on. It's going to be Saxo versus Golf in this one. All of a sudden it's European marks having a go at each other. It's usually Hondas up front in this class, but Irish touring cars giving us great battles. Adrian Dunn will be going, right lads, who's next? Looking in his mirror. It's Owen Drought, Adrian. So this is good stuff between these two guys. Neither of these two, I don't think, have had an outright ITCC win before. So this is going to be very impressive stuff. In fact, none of these three have. Someone's going to get one today. Now we've still got 6 minutes to go. And Drought, if you look at the lap times, has been, he's done a 54.7. He's been, well, Adrian Dunn's done a 55 dead, so Dunn really on the door handles here. Oh, Drought goes way too wide. I saw that coming, and going right with him is David Flynn, just turning in too early and getting on the power too early there. Hasn't been racing for many years at Mondello Park, and trying to get back into it. Owen Drought, and I'd say getting a little bit giddy in the driving seat there at the prospect of a win, but there's nobody going to win except Adrian Dunn. If these two boys keep making mistakes like that, they're side by side again on the back straight, and all of Drought's work has been undone as Flynn cruises by and takes that second place back.
Yeah, if we get a chance to see the Future Classics as well, there's been a change at the top there. Ian Thornton is now leading that one, but there's been a fantastic race up the front for the Irish touring cars between Dunn, Drought and Flynn. And Dunn has been the recipient of the likes of Traub going off early in the race. Just over 5 minutes to go, nearly 6 minutes to go in this race.
And Owen Drought's gone, is he? No, he's just dropped way, way back. Whatever happened, going very slowly. Is he heading for the pits? No. A really slow lap. So now it's David Flynn and Adrian Dunn. It's going to be between those two with 5 minutes to go. Obviously a problem for Owen Drought. Comes down onto the main straight. We'll listen to the car here as it goes by. Yeah, he's had a problem with brakes in race 1. He was saying he's having terrible trouble stopping it from mid-race on, so maybe that's what's happened. So there's back Future Classics. Mark Geraghty, that is, going through. Then Shattuck, then Flanagan, then McCann in the little MX-5. And then it's Niall Maher having a go in the Digital Motorsport MX-5. And indeed the third MX-5 is Stephen Maher. So it's the battle of the MX-5. It's the race to the hairdressers, Sean.
Yeah, Future Classics give us a good thrill as well. In Thornton ahead of Geraghty, and Shattuck, who was the early leaders, down to third.
Look at the three puntos together, the three Mark 1 puntos. This is great stuff. Oh, Ross Archibald there. I wonder if he's in trouble. He's staying out of the way of the leaders, perhaps. Yeah. Flames coming from the back of the Adrian Dunn Saxo there, but Flynn piling on the pressure as they go through.
Yeah, the Irish touring cars now starting to lap the slower cars at the back of the Future Classics. Flynn will try and take advantage of that, of course.
Yeah, Ross Archibald there's caught up with those two cars in front, the three puntos. That's Graham Carroll in the pink car, Aaron Annan the white one, and Ross Archibald in the light blue car. All in the Future Classics class, as opposed to these guys who are Super Future Classics. And that's Thornton, Geraghty, Shattuck, Flanagan and McCann, the order in that one. And then two MX-5s again, side by side behind them. So Maher on the inside, Stephen Maher on the inside, Niall Maher on the inside, Stephen Maher on the outside. So looks like Niall Maher sideways stuff. The Digital Motorsports car just hangs on to that one. Didn't have the straight line speed, but certainly later on the brakes down into turn one again. Stephen Maher coming back at him in a straight in the white car. So great battles there in Future Classics. Oh, Stephen Maher gets down the inside, but Niall Maher sits around the outside, doesn't he? He tries to, certainly doesn't give it away. Again, sideways stuff from Niall Maher on the way up the hill. The later MX-5 probably a little bit heavier. So they built this car up from a road car into a track car just for a little bit of fun.
Good shot out of Mondello Park. The overview as they head out the country.
Could almost see ourselves in the tower there, John.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Great shots of these Future Classics. Behind them, coming up, is Dunn and Flynn, still with their own personal battle. Just over 3 minutes to go in this 15-minute race. For the Irish touring cars and Precision Graphics Future Classics. This is race 2. There's our two leaders, Dunn and Flynn. Oh, through the S's, and Flynn had a little look down the inside. And Dunn, as he's been doing all race long, even with the bonnet of that Saxo flapping in the breeze. Can he hold on? Oh, Flynn might have got him. Just out of shot. Yeah, back to the leaders again. It looked like Flynn had got him, Leo, but Dunn again closed the door on him. This is his chance to maybe down the inside.
Yeah, it's a great race between the two of them, and the tyres will be well past their best, especially on the Honda, but he's having a good go on the brakes, isn't he? Adrian Dunn, it will really be impressive stuff. If you listed off all the cars that have had an outright win, John, it's BMW M3s, it's highly tuned Hondas, it's Sierra Cosworths in the history of the ITCC, and a car like this, I don't think, maybe Barry Rabbitt's little CRX or something like that, but certainly to have a little Saxo, self-built, self-tuned, and self-improved car to be riding at the front, but it's not over just yet. He's gone wide again, and Flynn is down the inside. But Dunn just flicks it across the front of him. He's very, very confident in this car. 1:41 to go. He's got to do another full lap of this, so it's not over yet. There are going to be a few more lunges. Here's one, but it doesn't come off on this occasion. Flynn is very good in the brakes for such a big, heavy car, isn't he, John?
He is, yeah. As our old friend Brian Shute used to say, this is a cheeky car. He used to describe the minis as a cheeky little mini, but this is a cheeky little Saxo up front, and he's actually just pulled out a couple of car lengths lead. Ooh, a little late on the braking into the corner. Allows Flynn to catch up, and this is the last lap.
Yeah, it is the last lap, and they're really having a go. This is going to be a battle all the way around. They're kicking up dust on the inside. David Flynn, a relatively new name to us. Adrian Dunn's been around a while, but certainly this is going to be a historic day for one of these guys. Career changer for one of them, because it's massive to win any race at Mondello Park, but an ITCC race. So in one of these cars that we're not used to seeing, or a name that we're not used to seeing. So it's absolutely fantastic. Well, the boost is up, isn't it? Whatever supercharger fully he has on. It's spitting flames out between gear changes at the back. Everything to the max. You mentioned the bonnet flapping. That's because it's so lightweight, John. Everything he can do to this car at home, he's done. Every little bit. His family be delighted with this. They race karts as well. They've just bought a Mini to start with the Junior Mini Challenge, but he's under big pressure here. They'll be hoping Daddy can hang on, but the Honda should be a bit quicker in a straight line. I'll tell you something, he's not putting a foot wrong, John. There aren't too many gaps there.
No, he's once or twice a little on the ragged edge up on the curbs, but that's okay. This time he keeps the centre of the road as he did previous lap. Just a little smoke from that back tyre. Flynn now has a little look on the inside. Ooh, they got very, very close there, but Dunn keeps the lead.
Yeah, not really an ultimate place. Even if you get a run, you need to be alongside between apexes there. You're not going to get it on the way out. It just costs you time. Saxo's very good through here, and watch it through the next corner. He gets it up onto two wheels sometimes when he clips the inside curb here. Great shot from behind. Lifts the inside rear, but stays away. The front tire's a little bit cooked, I'd imagine, at this stage. 2 corners to go. I love either of these two to win because they haven't had a win before. This is great stuff. Adrian Dunn now, massive pressure from David Flynn. 1 corner to go. Southside Motor Factory's corner. Here they come, centre of the road. He doesn't take a stab down the inside, but he gets a better line. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Has the little home-built Saxo got enough ponies to take it to the line? They're side by side. Dunn closes the door. The Honda goes back to the outside. They're side by side across the line. Adrian Dunn takes a fantastic win in Irish touring cars. That is so cool, John, isn't it?
Brilliant. Well done, Adrian Dunn. I thought that Flynn was going to get down the inside there and just drag him to the line, but Dunn just put across the front of his nose, all perfectly legal, and took the victory. So congratulations to those two. As always says, it only takes 2 cars to make a race, and that was a heck of a scrap.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. As I said, either of those two winning the race, I'd be delighted with. Love to see newcomers get a result. Owen Droud's going to get 3rd place despite not having any brakes. We can see the brake lights flashing on and off in the car, so he's delighted to take his big wave going across the line. Still gets his 3rd place, gets a podium and a trophy. There's the puntos down towards us. So who's going to be the first of those? It's Graham Carroll. And he's the first. No, Gilbert Clancy has driven away in the Celica, but the first of the puntos is Graham Carroll, just from Aaron Lennon. And Ross Archibald there, after all the trouble he's had with that car, it's like Steve Austin. He's rebuilt it that many times, and he's got it to the finish of the race, and that's a major step forward for him. He's had absolutely terrible luck with that car. It was lying up outside for many years, and practically, as we said earlier, full restoration. Ian Thornton takes the Future Classics after a great drive in the white Celica, showing great old commitment, throwing the car around there. Mark Garrity is 2nd, and Paul Flanagan is 3rd. So Traub there, unusual for a non-finisher. Him, he usually takes the honours and was looking very good. But what about that man in 2nd place? That'll be a popular win in the paddock. He's down here on his own with his van for the business and his trailer, and does all the work himself, Adrian Dunn, and it just really is great to see something like that. So Adrian Dunn, just a little damage to the front splitter is all, and he parks up there. In fact, I think there were a big wave to go straight through, but probably wants to get out and talk to people, John, after a win like that.
Absolutely. One race win in my life down here, and it's just a wonderful feeling.
Go on, John, bring us back.
No. It's a while ago.
I must have been off sick that day.
It was a while ago.
There's the MX-5s crossing the line, and it's Stephen Marr ahead of Eugene McCann and Niall Marr. Great battles between the MX-5s, so Stephen Marr gets to get his hair done first from the 3 MX-5 drivers. They'll kill me for saying that, but they are, of course, great racing cars, and great battles all the way down through the grid. In fact, Eugene McCann, Niall Marr and Stephen Marr, plenty of application of opposite lock on the little MX-5s. They do look like one of the best fun race cars in the paddock, and they're drifting around there all day. Raymond Melia was next up. Gilbert Clancy takes the Future Classics class, whereas the 2nd place in that one is going to be, it's the puntos next up, isn't it? It's Graham Carroll, Aaron Lennon and Ross Archibald. So great stuff from the Precision Graphics Future Classics class.
left, onto loose. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it left, keep it left, keep it left. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Well, we've only just announced it, but everybody is talking about this car behind me. It's the Junior Mini Challenge for the ICCR here at Mondello Park. An exciting new saloon car series from 14 to 17-year-old drivers. Lift off, oversteer, bumper to bumper racing. We're going to have it all this year at Mondello Park. It's the new Junior Mini Challenge.
Formula V, Formula Shane racer. Michael Barrable leads the championships. Alan Dawson, he's been around since Methuselah. Johnny Whelan likewise. Colin Barrable alongside him. That'll be interesting. Just slightly behind it, isn't he? On the grid. Then Shanley, Byrne, Turley, right down to 35 cars making their way out onto the grid. You had to get a special dispensation, Leo, to have this many cars on the grid.
Yeah, we did. We had to increase the amount of cars allowed at Mondello Park. So these are the biggest grids ever at Mondello Park. And we got it increased on the national circuit, and we had to subsequently increase it slightly on the international. Actually, we almost had to refuse a car this morning because we were oversubscribed, but one car hit trouble in qualifying, and that allowed Keith Rabbit to get back. And there he is, just as I mentioned him, he arrives. His problem with a gear linkage or gear change or something, I think this morning, dropped back, but very spectacular driver, and won a race at Bishop's Court on his debut weekend, well, his return to the series. The Rapco man right there. Brian Matthews, Patch Tire Equipment, back after a long break as well. Beautifully wrapped car. If you have a look at it, if we see it at all, it's an exact replica of Craig Green's World Rally car, complete with the Red Bull livery, and even the stripes for the air vent would be on the roof if you were allowed to have one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Leo. We're glad they're doing that actually. It's cheap and cheerful racing, obviously, as you know, in the Zetec, but with increased grids, obviously it can be difficult to get them all on the one time, but it's great to see that actually common sense has prevailed, and so everybody's out who turned up.
Yeah, we got 13 newcomers this year. That's when I say newcomers, I don't mean newcomers to the class. I mean first-time license holders. 13 of them on the grid here. Great to see them. And the latest one, well, there's two of them, two ladies joining us. Laura Hannon, who works in Digital Motorsports. She's in the very distinctive red and white wrapped Digital Motorsports car. And then we've actually got 3 women on the grid because Amy Woods is way up there as well. She's always or almost always in the top 10. And she had an off in race 1 or was connected with somebody in race 1, and it didn't work out for them. We've got Tina Irwin, who is going really nicely on her debut here. She managed to get one over on Patch in her first ever race. She's a mother of 3 and her first ever race, John. Nobody in the family is involved in motor racing. She decided herself, bought the car, they built the car, they did a track day, and absolutely fantastic stuff. So making her race debut, this is her second ever race, and she didn't come last this morning. She'd be delighted. There's Amy Woods weaving around there in the Shaky Bills car, the Dundalk colours. I'm sure Sean Woods and Siobhan will be watching this one from the front room in Dromiskin. Big hello to those guys. There's Tina Irwin there, the Navy car at the front of your screen there. There's Keith Rabbit in the multicoloured car. There's Laura Hannon that we spoke about in the Digital Motorsports car.
Huge grid, but there's some really experienced racers up the front. Dawson, Burke, Kavanagh, Barrable, the top 4. Then Alan Dawson, the veteran, alongside him on the outside of the third row will be Johnny Whelan and Colin Barrable. 2 Barrables in the top 8. Also watch for Ian Fishburne coming through, we would think, and as you mentioned, down in 20th place, Amy Woods, not normally where we would see her, so there's another to keep an eye on coming through the field. Amy Woods wearing car number 10, in car number 10.
Yeah, she's in the Dundalk football team's colours. On the town, we're supposed to say.
On the town.
On the town, we say that, yeah.
2 points of McAlders. On the town.
She's also got backing from 2 Dundalk companies by Shaky Bills Bar, and of course the Drive Virtual Driving Academy Limited. You can find them. They're linked on her Facebook page, and you can find them on Facebook, of course. We're getting ready to go. The wipers are on. Just to add a little bit more spice to proceedings, Ulick Burke and Keith Dawson, both massively experienced here. Andy Kavanagh, ex-Formula V racer for many years, been going well. He's had an outright win in Fiesta Zetec, the Zetec safety cars. Neil Murphy from Zetec Safety down there, half sponsor, half coordinator. He does so much work for this class, absolutely loves it, and he drove one of these cars in the Cannonball Parade into Nace on Friday night. The thumbs are almost up, we're nearly ready to go. It takes a long time to grid up 36 cars, John.
I was just about to say that, it takes an awful long time, and we've also got one starting from the pit lane down below us too.
Oh yeah, it's Cathal Ward in the Tire Brigade car. He's borrowed that car for the weekend, usually out in the Irish Touring cars. Some sort of a problem in race 1. Great to see him back out in the Rescue Van Hire car and the Tire Brigade. 5-second board is up. We're getting ready to go. Oh, somebody at the back, Sam Keogh, moving around. He's reversing still. The 5-second board is on. Reversing lights are off. Where are they? They are. The starter spotted that. So no lights on just yet. 5-second board again.
Revs up.
Revs are up. We're on board with Phil Lawless. This will be interesting stuff. Watch Phil trying to get it going, and away he goes. Oh, good start, Phil.
Good boy, Phil.
He's made up a place. That's Tina Irwin on the left in her first race. There's Patch Tire Equipment. Brian Matthews on the left in the Craig Breen lookalike car, but it's Ulick Burke who leads. Down the outside is Michael Barrable with a big lock-up, and he's door-to-door with Keith Dawson. And Johnny Whelan wants a piece of the action as well. He's up the inside, the winner of race 1. Somebody gone around. Is that one of the Dent Magic cars? Brian Matthews is stopped there as well. 2 cars off. They should be okay to get going again, I'd imagine. Cathal Ward goes right round the outside. Brian Matthews get going, but it's Ulick Burke, it's Michael Barrable, Keith Dawson, Alan Dawson, Andy Kavanagh. Alan Dawson round the outside. Then Johnny Whelan, then Caleb Shanley, then Collie Barrable. Then James Byrne, but letting somebody down the inside. Ian Fishburne, I think that is. Great stuff as they go through. And I'm not sure if that's rain on the windscreen or we just can't see the screen as they come back towards us. It seems we can only get those on the main straight and just at the back of the pits here as they come through the long left-hand corner. Here they're doing it now. It's Ulick Burke from Barrable. And here we are now with Phil Lawless, 3rd gear, down to 2nd gear. That's Laura Hannon in front of the Digital Motorsport car in her 2nd race. Her first race was this morning. Great shot of Phil in the big bus mirror he has there. 2nd gear, looks very relaxed into 3rd gear as he heads up the hill. Wipers on.
It is rain, and so it's going to be quite slippy out there as well. But look at the amount of cars that are actually on this grid and in the race as well.
Barrable tries to get up the inside. Ulick Burke sees it coming and has it covered. Barable looks very, very quick here. Safety car is going to be out. Must have somebody off down, maybe a car down at turn 1. The marshals are sweeping up at turn 1, but everything should be okay there. They're happy enough with that. Not sure why the safety car would be sent out.
He's out, all right, because there is a lot of work going on down there. The ambulance crew is down there, and also the safety crew. So that 3 cars coming together, including Patch.
Luke Noon and
stops the race for the moment.
Luke Noon and Keith Dawson getting racy there. I think none of them have seen it yet, or have they? They're still having a go. Barable looking down the inside. Ulickberg defending. Even when there's a safety car, you have to defend sometimes, because as we saw earlier, someone can make up a place and not give it back. So there we are, waving away. Who's that? Kelsey Kirby in front, and another beautifully prepared car, just wrapped during the week. Great to see it. But Ulick Burke, Michael Barable, and Keith Dawson, then Alan Dawson, then Andy Kavanagh. Then it's Bobby Turley. Looks like he's still carving his way through them. He's come way up. Johnny Whelan and Caleb Shanny. There are still people trying to make overtaking manoeuvres by the look of it. Look, we can see loads of them there on the way up the hill. A lot of people certainly haven't seen the safety car and are making up places.
That's the reason for it, Leo, obviously, because somebody's obviously put oil down on the first corner, so the crews are out there putting down cement dust just to mop it all up, so they'll have to bring the safety car out. Back in car with Phil Lawless.
Phil giving it the big Sonny Knowles there with the steering wheel. Thumbs up to the pit crew. That'll be John Rock, I'd imagine, and probably Barry Swan on the pit wall. They're running Phil this weekend in both of the cars. Great job by the rescue crew, and of course the marshals are always there, and the snatch units as well. They'll clean that up. Should be all done. Cement dust already sent down, so that's what they're kicking. They put cement dust down on any fluids. It can be coolant from a radiator sometimes, or oil, anything at all. I imagine that's coolant down there, but that'll be gone pretty shortly. So great stuff by the rescue crews. They're already getting back on. By the time we got to focus on them, they had the job done. Well done, Motorsport Rescue Services, marshals, and of course the Mondello Park crew as well in that pickup. BMW safety car is getting plenty of mileage put on it today.
With the safety car out as well, they still race, even though it's behind the safety car. We just got to keep right behind it, and the time keeps ticking down. So we've 11 and a half minutes to go. So basically we've lost a lap, lap and a half before we come back racing again. And it's a long way out on the international circuit compared to the national circuit as well, so they have to go all the way out. There'll be less than 10 minutes to go, so it'll be a short, sharp race to the finish. Great stream of these Zetecs coming towards us now. Burke, Barable, Dawson, the 2 Dawson, Keith and Allen, Andy Kavanagh. Johnny Whelan has dropped, he's still in 7th place. Bobby Turley's up to 6th.
But out of shot there, Brian Matthews. The patch tire equipment car being tended to by John Burke and the boys. They've got him back out again. I think they probably just pulled a few panels out to stop things rubbing on the wheel. Looks okay, and he's coming back to rejoin. He needs to get back quickly so he doesn't lose a lap to the safety car. The scrutineers just making sure everything's okay. They're letting him go, and away he goes. So they're already down at the international. It's unlikely he'll catch them, but he really has to get the hammer down. I think they will probably be released this lap. Max Hart is with us. Max, come on over here. What's happening? Max Hart leading the TCR Championship in the UK. Would you be able to handle these lads in the Zetecs, Max?
I would definitely. I would love to be out there. It looks really good fun, and I suppose it's brilliant watching for us, but I'm not sure some of those drivers are enjoying it out there.
Yeah, it's a big grid, greasy conditions, and a lot of 13 first-time drivers there, so it's tough times. When are you next out, Matt? You're leading the TCR Championship in the UK, Max?
Yeah, I'm 44 points clear at the moment, and I'm back out in Brands Hatch next weekend.
Good stuff. Well, very best of luck with that. Keep us informed. Max Hart Racing, you'll find them all over TikTok, social media, Facebook, Instagram. Ulick Burke now leads this one, and Michael Barable in 2nd place. We're going racing already. Then it's the 2 Dawsons. Then it is Andy Kavanagh and Johnny Whelan.
Yeah, 9.5 minutes racing we go.
Richie Byrne there just losing the back end, as again it's a little bit greasy up there and almost going around. He hung on to it, but it's dropped him way back there as the restart goes through. There's Bobby Turley. James Byrne, top of the rookies again.
They go through the cement dust in the first corner. And they've been put down there for, as Leo said, some kind of fluid after that altercation in the first corner. Burke and Barable. Barable leading the championship. Former rally driver. Competed in the national championships down the years. As you mentioned, all the Barables competing in various different forms of racing down the years. Best of luck to Barry Barable as well. Just sent me a message. And hope you're feeling better, mate. We're all thinking about you.
Michael Barber looking very quick out of the long left-hander, gets a run up the hill, but Ulick Burke will have seen that as soon as I saw it. He stays to the right, doesn't leave any gap down the inside at all, then finally eases out to get that run through here. But the two Dawsons right there behind, Keith Dawson and Alan Dawson. Gap back then to Andy Kavanagh and Johnny Whelan. Barable gets a great run through there, and he's always looking to get the nose up the inside. Barable does most of his overtaking on the exit of corners. He's not a man for a stab down the inside on the brakes. He sets them up and then gets up the inside. We've seen him do it come onto the main straight many, many times. And that's what he looks for here, a little bit of extra traction or mid-corner grip to try and get up the inside of the way. And he gets a great run out here again. Ulick Burke sees it as soon as it happens. Barable gets the nose to the right. Is he going to get up the inside here? He might do. He does do. He's caught Ulick napping there. We saw that coming, John.
Yeah, he left the door open. Burke, he's only got himself to blame there, really. Barable just dived down the inside. Thanks very much. And he says, I'm going to snatch the lead. There was one or two spits and spots of rain on that camera, but thankfully we can see out of our window here that the rain has actually stopped.
Well, it wasn't really a dive down the inside, more of a long, slow drag up the hill where he just hadn't got it fully covered. But he's fighting back here. Ulick Burke is as quick as anyone in the paddock, and he won't be happy with that one, so he'll want to have a go back. Barable defends this time. The roles are reversed, John.
Yeah, I don't roll up the hill, whatever, dive down the inside, but I think Burke was actually caught napping completely. Now, Burke has got the inside line, so we're going to try and now drag Barable, but you want to be good on your day to do that.
Yeah, interesting stuff there. Bumper to bumper as they go by us, and Barable leading him. Ulick Burke second, starting to pile on the pressure here. This is great stuff. He almost got up the inside there. Oh, Alan Dawson catching the back of Ulick Burke there, and that's dangerous stuff purely because, I don't mean danger in a bad way, I mean because it let Barable away. And that's just cost Ulick Burke a little bit of time. And Dawson fully committed on the brakes, trying to hold back his nephew. Andy Kavanagh says, thanks guys, I'll go by as well. And just blasts by Keith Dawson, that is, on the way down to turn 3. And Johnny Whelan now wants part of the action. Here he comes, car number 2. Controversial first race for Johnny, but he's going nicely in this one.
Burke just got a little tap on the side panel, didn't he, going into that first corner as well, which has lost them a lot of time and space. And Michael Barable up the front was saying thank you very much, and he's pulled himself out a 3-car length lead. 6.5 minutes to go. Yeah, Ulick Burke prepares a lot of race cars down there at the Tire Brigade in Athlone. Works on a lot of different cars as well. Good team of guys looking after him. As we said, he won the Irish Touring Car Championship last year. He's still modifying that car and he's going to bring it out with a 2.4 engine in it at some stage this year for a little bit of fun, as he says. Gets a good run through there. Barable's not getting away just yet. Alan Dawson looking strong as well in 3rd place. Barable hard on the brakes, 3rd gear down to 2nd. Through here, and Ulick Burke closes them down again. Burke seems to be able to match Barable here, doesn't he? As they come up out of 7B towards Brains Bends, to right and left. And this is where Barable did Burke last time around, but it's not going to happen this time. Burke right on his tail.
Yes.
Closes the gap right up.
It is good aggressive stuff from Ulick Burke here. This is what we'd expect from him. He's a great racer, Ulick, and he's having a real go here. And Barable's certainly not going to get away. And now it's Ulick that's trying to get up the inside of Michael Barable. This is going to be interesting onto the main straight because Ulick is going to force him to defend here. They're bumper to bumper through paddock. Barable has to defend here. He's got no choice. He's got to stay to the left. Look at this. Ulick goes up the outside. He'll be looking for a switch back here to the inside. Barable will be aware of this. Here comes Ulick trying to keep it tight on the exit. Barable has it covered though, and Ulick just back on his bumper again. Should have allowed Alan Dawson a little bit closer. It didn't happen yet. Johnny Whelan trying to get alongside Keith Dawson in the background. That's a great shot of them going by there. Barable and Ulick Burke absolutely together. And Keith Dawson trying to get by whatever happened to Johnny Whelan. He was almost alongside Keith Dawson at the start of the straight. I don't know if he missed a gear there, John.
He's still in 6th place. Yeah, Alan Dawson's now just getting on the back of that lead 2 cars as well. Barable championship leader, you can see why. Very clever overtaking manoeuvre in the lap before last. Just holding up this train. Burke trying everything, trying to get past him, and Alan Dawson in 3rd place, little gap then to him and Andy Kavanagh.
Kavanagh with Keith Dawson locking up, and then Johnny Whelan behind, then Collie Barable, then Caleb Shanley again, running on the tail end of the lead group as he did in race 1. Alan Dawson pulling away to the left there. Looking for a full racing line through there, but nobody defending, so they all get the good run through there. Ulick Burke up over that inside curve, kicks up a little bit of dust. Oh, Dawson's off on the outside. That's a rare mistake from Alan Dawson. That doesn't happen generally. So off he goes. I don't know what the problem was, but he goes very, very wide, loses 1, 2, probably 3 places because Johnny Whelan's coming at him. So that means Ulick Burke can, don't bother with the mirror. He's going to have a go at Barable now. He doesn't have to defend, doesn't have to worry about anyone behind him. So Ulick Burke very much on a charge here in the Tyre Brigade car in second place. The MB Motors car of Michael Barrable still leading this one, looking for yet another Zetec win. Johnny Whelan's making moves. Oh, look at Keith Dawson firing the car around the place in the background as he tries to get by Andy Kavanagh, who goes a little bit wide to the right of Bahrain's Benz. But certainly Barrable not getting away, John.
No, that was a big mistake from Alan Dawson, wasn't it? Just got his front wheel on the grass and just kept that slide going out onto the grass, and it allowed 3 to sweep past him, and also his opportunity to win this race looks like it's done and dusted. We've only got just over 3 minutes to go, so a couple of laps to go. But
Keith Dawson's got by.
Front two.
Keith Dawson's got by. Andy Kavanagh's taken Johnny Whelan with him. In the background, they've both gone by Andy Kavanagh, but certainly look at this Barrable uber defensive, too defensive I feel, and that's going to allow Burke alongside. It is. Burke gets a great run. Barrable just very defensive on the inside. Burke knew it was coming. They're side by side across the line. Ulick Burke shows us leading, but he's on the outside. What's going to happen here on the brakes? Down into Max's corner. They're both late in the brakes. They stay apart, and Ulick Burke doesn't turn in on top of him. But this is cracking stuff. That's racecraft from both of them. Barrable thought there was a switchback coming, John, on the way out of Southside corner. He went defensive, and Ulick Burke opened the lock off the car, got on the power, and let the car run out. He had more momentum, and he got alongside Barrable. If he can do that on the final lap, John, he can lead across the line, even though he'll be on the outside.
I'm just thinking exactly the same thing myself. Just got to keep close, do that manoeuvre, get alongside Barrable. It looks like he can get him on the drag, because as they flash past here, Ultenburg was actually classified as leading.
We'll go down into Bridgestone corner now. A few cars parked up there. Barrable, Ulick Burke still battling all the way through. It's been a great battle. Ulick Burke really putting it up to Michael Barrable. We were going to have a look on board with Phil there, but it's just not working out for us yet. Apologies for that. We will test it during the week. We'll have it ready for the next time. We've got a bit of a view here. Phil's looking at all his mirrors.
I think he was looking across at the leaders actually there, wasn't he? He's coming through the S's.
Oh, locked wheel in front. That's surely us up in place. Indeed it is. He goes by Noon there. One hand on the wheel and the elbow up on the window. It looks like a Sunday drive for Phil Lawless. Barrable's got a happy gap, as they call it in motor racing. He did have, because here comes Ulick on the brakes. He just takes about 3 lengths out of him, carries that speed through, and is right with him again on the way up the hill. This is racing the way it should be. We were at 1:29 to go. We will probably get another lap after that. That said, the starter is climbing up just in case. They go down through Bahrain's Benz to the right-hander, 4 abreast in the background. But this is what we're watching for the win here. Michael Barrable driving as if his life depended on it, right out to the curbs, right out to the edge of the track. No mistakes at all. Ulick Burke trying so hard to keep with him. Barrable misses his apex slightly, and Ulick Burke gets to the apex, and that makes him quicker on the way out as they grab third gear. Burke with a massive run here. Now what's going to happen here is the same as last time, I'd imagine. Barrable has to defend because Burke is so quick through that committed corner. He has a look to the inside. That means Barrable defends. He goes back to the outside. Now this time he's got a choice mid-corner. What's Barrable going to do? Because Ulick Burke looking for a run. He gets a run again. Barrable has to defend. This time Burke is alongside earlier. He's going to lead across the line again. I think, they're just tipping mirrors on the main straight just to let them know they won't back off. Ulick Burke leads on our monitor, John, but surely Barrable will take it back.
Yeah, he will take it back because he's on the inside line. They'll put the smoke there, but this is obviously what Burke is thinking. If I could just keep close to him, onto that last corner, get down alongside him, I'm going to drag him for the win. And he's done it now twice in the last couple of laps. Barrable leads, but coming down past the start-finish line on both occasions in the last 2 laps, it was actually Burke who was leading the race.
Fastest lap to Ulick Burke, 2:12.924. Quick lap time in one of these little cars. But this is a great race between the two of them, and they're giving each other just enough racing room. But Michael Barrable being pushed so hard by Ulick, who would love to get back in front. He did have the lead, remember, but Michael Barrable just got a great run up off 7B, got alongside and had the inside line. And Ulick is nothing if not clean. He wasn't going to slam the door. Barrable goes wide there, and that gives Burke the run at him up the hill on Kennedy's Rise now, heading for the last time. And he gets up the outside here. Is he going to have a look around the outside? Barrable's under pressure here, isn't he, John?
Yes, there's a back marker there as well. Patches in front of them, and that hopefully he can stay out of the way. But Burke just needs to keep his head here now. Don't do anything stupid. You don't need to go diving down the inside or anything like that on this last lap. You got to keep right on the bumper of Barrable and do what he did in the last couple of laps and keep that lead. So Patch is getting out of the way, which is good to see. So our 2 leaders come through with no problems. Good battle going on behind there for the battles.
You can imagine Michael Barrable's thoughts, John, on the back straight. Michael Barrable must have been thinking, Patch, you can have as many pints of Guinness as you like, just get out of my way. Patch took it in behind them on the run up the hill there. Good stuff from him. Doesn't quite have the commitment to the right and left. Now Barrable's got a little bit of a gap here.
Yeah, that's it. Burke needs to get closer. He just needs to get closer now these last couple of corners.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a gap there, and if Burke isn't certainly closer going through paddock, then Barrable won't have to defend, then it'll be all over. But Burke is very quick through this final paddock corner.
Yeah, he was right this bumper last time around, Leo. Well, he's just got a little bit of a gap there now, so Barrable will be happy with this. Oh, out he goes onto the grass. They may have blown it for Burke.
He's still very, very close, but Barrable doesn't have to defend. I think it'll be a straight run to the line. Barrable should be able to hang on here. What a cracking saloon car race between these two exponents, though. They're both champions. Barrable, the reigning Zetec champion, the reigning Irish touring car champion, has to give best on this occasion. Barrable takes the win. Ulick Burke second place. Keith Dawson in third. Then it's Johnny Whelan, Alan Dawson, Andy Kavanagh, Colin Barrable. Caleb Shamley should be next up, I think. He is indeed. And then a big, big gap back. What a race. Here's it's Bobby Turley goes through. Look at Phil Lawless on a last lap, dashed in line with James Byrne. Third gear, he's not quite going to get it on the straight, but hands in the air for Phil Lawless. Nothing I could do, lads, but great stuff. Phil Lawless well back in 18th place. Remember, he was second this morning, so nothing he could do in that one. But fantastic stuff from Zetec, John.
Yeah, wonderful. I remember Michael Rowe one time, we got a great shot there of Phil Lawless with one hand on the wheel and one elbow out the window. And Michael Rowe saying to me one time, like these cars the grannies used to go do, taking them down the shops, drive it like you stole it, all those proverbs that we've been told about Fiesta racing down the years. But it's brilliant once you get into these cars and race. Did the 6 hours for 4 or 5 times. It's wonderful stuff, and that was a great race, and it was really tactical too, wasn't it? Burke led twice coming across the start finish line, but he had a little mistake at the back of the paddock there which cost him time, and Barrable was able to hold on for the win.
Yeah, Ulick Burke really did pile the pressure on every move he had there, but that was great stuff. Zach Bambrick, Lorca McGivney and Tina Irwin absolutely side by side across the line in the Battle of the Novices there as well just now, so great stuff there. And some good finishes all the way down. Amy Woods, 14th. She used to be being a little bit higher than that, but have a rough weekend by her lofty standards. Kelsey Kirby going really well, 21. She's new to us as well. And Laura Hannon, 24th. So great stuff. But there they're coming back into the pits this time.
Well, it's cheap and cheerful racing, and if you want to get involved in Fiesta racing, get onto their website, get onto the Facebook page as well. There's a whole host of cars out there. We do have the 6 hour race to come at the end of the year. Try and get a car for that one, but might be difficult. The amounts of cars that we actually see out in the grid now for the normal 15-minute races. But I'd say we're going to have a whole host of cars for that 6 hour race at the end of the year. If you get a chance to do it, folks, and I hope to do it again this year, it's an amazing night, and day and night.
Yes, the car's being parked up again. More technical checks, no doubt. Car's being weighed, but yeah, great entertainment there. Michael Barrable just holding on from Ulick Burke in what was absolutely a thrilling race there. Ulick Burke gets the fastest lap and almost gets the win. He led across the line for the second for twice over the last 3 times, but when it mattered, Michael Barrable had enough in hand to cross the line, almost half a second clear. Barely enough room in the scrutiny bay for all these Fiesta Zetecs. Great stuff from the Siltec Safety sponsored class. Siltec Safety, of course, the West Dublin based branded clothing and safety wear stockist and distributor. And Neil Murphy down here today, as he always is, great supporter of the class as well as a commercial partner. Also works closely with Mondello Park. So yeah, the live stream is good today, isn't it? We're getting our value. Big thanks to the Beacon Hospital Health Check for coming on board with us, of course, to help us with this live stream. And yeah, good day racing for the Digital Motorsports ICCR. We might take a quick break now. We'll be back with Sayat Super Cup and the Irish Supercars in just a few minutes' time. next race up already here at the Digital Motorsports ICCR, and this time it's the Seat Super Cup Ireland class. And with the ECUs all mixed up to equalise performance after the first race, so Shane Murphy will be running a lot less power than he had in race 1. But Barry English, the former hot rod racer, is going to start on pole position for the Seats. Alongside him is Ross Barnes, former ST racer. Then it's going to be Gary Corcoran, Gerard Toll, Graham McDonald, Brian Berry and Shane Murphy. In the Supercars, Paul Parr, Charlie Lanan, Alan Watkins, Philip Jones, who went so well in the last race, John Newport, Aaron Brunton, Paul McAlinden and Gary Grattan. So cars weaving around. These cars, unlike the Fiestas, run slicks or wets depending on what they want to run. So they do have a tyre choice, but I'd imagine everybody out there is on slicks because, every time I keep saying, I've said for years, if you can see the Hill of Allen out over turn 3, that it's going to stay dry. I've been proved wrong twice this weekend. So I'm not going to say anything about the weather, but it's certainly, you can see there from that lovely wide shot of the final corner. It just shows you how tight that final corner is. It looks like a 90 right, so you think it is, but it's not. It's almost a hairpin. That's where a lot of overtaking manoeuvres happen. Although a lot on the exit as well as the entry. So we're coming down to the start now. Say it's going to be a little bit tricky to get off the line. There is a procedure and a launch system that you put in place, but they should be able to get off the line.
Yeah, I had a go in that Winthorpe car a couple of years ago. It's been driven by Barry English as well, paddle shift. Really good fun to drive. Not much lag in them either, so it's good to see them back out again. We had decent grids down the years, so it's good to see them back out again.
Good to know there's not much lag in them, John.
No, it's true.
Yeah, mate, they'll be glad to hear that, the boys, when the lights change. But Barry English on pole position. Victor Cullen's come and join us. We grab him in a minute when we get a chance when things calm down. Victor, well done. Great stuff from your grab a mic there. We're getting ready to go. You know all about these cars. Great race. 3rd place. Your dad was happy.
Thanks very much. But I'll let you move on here. But I was happy with the race. I obviously had pole start, but obviously got relinquished fairly quickly. But Michael just got through on the inside of Parabolica, and Eddie followed it through. But I had to drive the car extremely hard, just kind of get my head down in qualifying lap after qualifying lap. So and I was able to hold on to 3rd with Max close behind. So it was a tough day, but it was a brilliant finish.
Nice to get a podium. Well done, Victor Cullen. Great stuff. So Barry English leads this one from Ross Barnes. Right with him, actually. Barry got away, but Ross Barnes giving them the work over already as they come towards the Supercars. Should be getting ready to go, but we've had an issue on the grid, so we may get it. Will we get a safety car? We're still letting the Seats race to see if we can sort this out, but I don't think so. So there's a couple of Supercars stuck on the grid. There we go. Definitely got an issue there, so I'm sure we will see a red flag.
I see red flags out. They are not on their shot, but they've been waved on the main straight.
They are in at the final corner, yeah.
Yeah,
delayed start we're getting here, so we will have a restart there, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the red flags being waved around the circuit now, so the Seat Super Cup Ireland racers, but I've seen that and they have to slow down and regrid. And that's the problem.
A few minutes time before they get back around, but supercars all seem intact. We were following the Seats on the stream. We didn't see what happened there, but I don't think there was any contact. But certainly we've just got 3-4 supercars sitting on the grid there. There we go. I'm not sure. Sure, somebody jumped to start. Are we missing? Are there any supercars? There are 2 supercars that did get away. Philip Jones and Watkins. So yeah, it looks like we're just going to have a restart to the Seats being ushered back by the rescue crew. So getting ready to go again. This time it'll be the Winthrop car of Barry English. Once again starting from pole position. And then the Barnes Auto House car, Ross Barnes alongside, beautifully prepared car. And Ross was going very well. He was looking racy there. I'm sure Ross was a little bit disappointed to see that red flag coming up. We can see him in the car down there, keen to get going. Number 44. Then it's going to be Corcoran and Toll. Then McDonald, Berry and Murphy.
One thing you have to say about the Seats, Leo, they look great on the grid, don't they? It's very well turned out cars as well, great liveries on them. They just look really good and imposing looking cars. That's a great shot, isn't it? That front on shot of the front 2.
Yeah, factory built touring cars, so they go every bit as well as they look. The drivers love driving them. They're really good on fast circuits, Bishop's Court, places like that, you know.
Yeah.
Mondello Park probably a little bit stop-start for them, but there's great interest in the class out of nowhere. They've done a great job this year. I think we've about 10 cars in total. They're not all showing today. Green flags, it's a warm-up lap. Again, gets the heat into those tires.
Yeah, I haven't lost any time at all, so this will be a 15-minute race as well for both the Irish supercars and also the Seat Super Cup. So we have to go around one more time. Still a bit of cement dust exiting that first corner from a previous race. Just weaving about trying to get some heat into those slicks. Yeah, so 7 cars out there. You get a grid of 10, 12 cars. It'll look fantastic. Introduced to Ireland a couple of years ago. As you mentioned, it did fade away. We were down to 1 and 2 cars just racing in the last couple of years before the pandemic, and now suddenly the pandemic is gone. Everybody wants to go back racing again, which is great to see. And the amount of newcomers in the previous one, as you mentioned, the Zetecs, 13 in all, coming out first time racing, increasing those grids to, what, 36 cars the last time we saw it. Brilliant. And obviously it's encouraged those who have still kept hold of their Seats to go back racing again. I do believe the sun is trying to make a breakthrough here, which is great.
Victor Cullen, is it? Yeah, it's great to have a quick chat with Victor there. His first podium Fiesta STs. A podium in Fiesta STs would be a difficult thing to get with the guys that are racing in that class, but he's done well.
Clever of Dad. Send up the sun, get a quick interview.
So supercars, they're full space frame cars. Duratec engines are running these days. And I think a Drent gearbox on most of them. There is a class B, a B class where they have I think a H pattern gearbox on the older Zetec engines.
Yeah, many of them were changed to sequentials, weren't they, over the years?
Yeah, they were. They started off with a 4-speed H pattern box when they came first, and then they moved to a quite sequential. This is the class that famously Matt Feeney said they were going to have to get a passenger seat so they could all bring their barristers with them. Back in the day, many moons ago.
It was great racing, all right.
It was really good racing. Yeah, Dunlop used to sponsor the class quite heavily, actually, support the class. It used to be on RPM on a Thursday night. Made household names, well, not so household names, but almost of the likes of Mark Turley, Johnny Whelan, Dunnigans, Noel Dunn, people like that. Great racing back in the day.
And Johnny Keeney obviously had his own personal sponsorship from Dunlop too. Man who won the first race here at Mondello Park back in 1967.
Jeez, it would have been just a field in 1967, John, because it didn't open until May 1968.
But 68 it is. I stand correct.
He said unzipping his anorak. It's not often I get to come out with anorak statements like that. But yeah, no, John Keeney also won the first race on the extended track with the what used to be called the Duckham's Loop, the turn 3 at it. Getting ready to go, and away they go. And Ross Barnes with a good start, but I think Barry English just tipped him away. Gary Corcoran way in, everybody looking down the inside, and some Shane Murphy deciding I'll have a look down the outside, and look at him out breaking everybody down the outside, getting by 2 or 3 cars. They all just crowded up on the inside. Oh, Graham McDonald not giving a whole lot of room to Shane Murphy there, and Shane deciding discretion was the better part of valor as the Supercars head away. But yeah, elbows were all out there, John.
Definitely. And there goes the Supercars.
Philip Jones leading from Lannan there. Say it's already out of turn 3, and Barry English making a break for it.
Yeah, there's a gaggle of cars behind between Barnes and Corcoran and Towell, all banging doors, elbows out, as you mentioned. That gave English a chance to get a good start from pole and just pull away. 3 or 4 car lengths lead as they head now down towards Lola.
Yeah, good Gary Corcoran, great first lap for him. He's up to 2nd place there in the Corcoran's crash repair car. Ross Barnes getting very close to him to Lola corner though, gets a good run. Don't actually have the list of what ECUs these cars are running, but certainly the winners from race 1 will be running, the first 3 from race 1 will be running less power than they had in race 1. Barry English leading, then Corcoran. Ross Barnes looking very strong in 3rd place there, John.
Yeah, Barnes has got the first fastest sector time as well. Barnes, so don't discount him, but English has made the best start in the Winthrop car. Nice shot of that tight left-hander. Back towards the stadium section they come. Nice
move by Ross Barnes down the inside there. Corcoran doesn't turn in, gives him racing room and tries to get the run on the way out. Next up is Graham McDonald. Will want to have a go at Corcoran now as they head up the hill towards us. So it's English, Barnes, Corcoran defending heavily from Graham McDonald, and Shane Murphy right in there too, as indeed is Berry, and then the Kylemore car of Towell right at the back.
Barry English obviously the quickest one through from standing start, but don't discount Barnes. He shook off Corcoran early doors, so he's going to get off in hot pursuit now of English. It's great racing this. I really do like this class.
Yeah, really, it's they're all still absolutely together, make a great sound effect when they all go by, and they're all closing up under brake and locking a rear tyre. There is Brian Berry, that is, he tries to get up on the back of 970, Shane Murphy.
As suggested, Barnes is getting closer now to English, having shaken up the shackles of Corcoran, who's now got McDonald and Murphy and Berry for company behind him.
Barnes a little bit wide, kicks up a little bit of dirt, might slow him a little bit, but as you said, he is charging up to the back. Here he is of Barry English's car now, through the long right-hander right onto the back straight. Barnes looking very strong here. He'd love a win in this series again. Down into 7A.
Barry English is a good driver, we know that. He's put this car on pole, and so he's not going to be easy to get by. He's not very well getting up to the back of our pole sitter. Getting by him might be a difficult prospect, although he does put a little wheel on the inside onto the curbs. Might allow Barnes just to close up on the inside. English though shuts the door on him as they come back towards the back of the paddock. 11.5 minutes to go. Battle going on behind for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. The front 2 are starting to pull away as they come down from Southside Motor Factor's corner.
Corcoran uber defensive. Gets to the inside there. McDonald has a look around the outside now. McDonald gets almost alongside. It's going to be last of the late breakers. Graham McDonald's very late on the brakes.
Oh, and up the
Corcoran goes with
front.
him.
There's been an accident. You can see it in the background there. Sorry, Leo, you were obviously concentrating on what was going on. But Barnes tagged English, sent him into a spin, and his chance of winning is over. I wonder what the stewards might make of that. But English coming out of the first turn, got alongside and just pushed English off into a spin, and his race looked like it's run. I don't know if he's got going again, but Barnes certainly nudged him off the track.
Well, we didn't get that one, unfortunately, but Corcoran in second, McDonald in third, then Shane Murphy in fourth place despite the lack of brake horsepower. Then it's Berry, then it is Toll, and then in fact it's Barry English at the back of this group, so watch out for that. He's still running, Barry English.
Yeah, it might be just some panel damage on that car, but two of them battling into that first corner. And I just saw in the corner of my eye when you were concentrating on what was going on behind the front two. The front two had come together. And Barnes now has the lead.
Yeah, he does, and he's well down the road, Barnes, and Graham McDonald still hasn't managed to breach the defences of Gary Corcoran there, who's using all his experience, single-seaters and saloons, to hold back this group behind him. He's gone wide, though. He's gone very wide. That's where he lost the last place, but he carries speed off the corner. Might just be able to hang on to it here. Surprised McDonald didn't get alongside the way out, but he didn't, and Corcoran hangs on to that one, but he goes a little bit wide again. He's almost leaving a gap there, but not quite centre of the road. They're all beginning to queue up behind him. This will be suiting Shane Murphy, because if they all get spread out, he doesn't have the brake horsepower, remember. Hasn't got the big ECU in this race.
Previous leader is trying to get onto the back of this train in Barry English. I wonder what's going on inside of that helmet of his. He won't be too impressed. I'd say there he is. That's our former leader, relegated to 7th.
Yeah, great stuff. All kicking up dust at turn 2. Shane Murphy getting a little bit out of shape on the exit curve at turn 2. Not a nice place to be there at all. But great stuff. These 4 cars absolutely together now on the brakes down into the second bit. 5 cars as Toll joins. I think Barry English is catching this group, John.
Oh, he definitely is catching them all right, yeah. It was just a smack into his side door, or into his door, driver's side, and just turned him into that spin. He got going again, and he's quick enough to get onto the back of this train, no doubt about it. He's only got 8.5 minutes of the race to go to see if he can work his way through the field. Barnes is gone.
The battle's about to be joined, though, because I think certainly he's going to catch that Kyle Morcar's car of Toll, I think, in the back of Jared Toll. There it is.
There's English.
Look at how late Barry is in the brakes. He won't be in a mood to be trifled with now, Barry English. He wants to slice by all these and catch Ross Barnes, which I don't think is going to happen, because Barnes already, look at him halfway through Bahrain's Benz up ahead. This is where the action is. Gary Corcoran doing a mighty job here of holding all these guys back. He's not very experienced, let's say, at Super Cup. Oh, I think he's just slipped the curtain. No, he almost left the door open, but he closed the door at the last minute there.
Just put the wheel in the grass.
Shane Murphy, that's unusual. Not sure if there was what happened there, but certainly Shane Murphy's been off, recovered quick enough, but that's dropped him well back. That's Barry English up a place. This time now, up the outside. Will he look to switch back to the inside, or will he go down the outside? No, he's looking for the inside. Graham McDonald. He may have got it. No, I don't think so. Corcoran manages to close. No, he doesn't close the door. He could have closed the door when he went by us. He was clearly ahead, but he's left the door open. Now he closes it last minute. McDonald's already down the inside. Brian Berry looking for a piece of the action as well. I think McDonald has got the job done. He does. And I think he'll probably disappear up the road. Oh no, he goes wide and Corcoran goes back at him. Door handle now. Good tin top racing this on the way out to turn 3. And McDonald having to use everything he has to get by Corcoran, who's now wrong-footed and gets left out the outside the first bit of turn 3, and that allows Brian Berry to have a go at him. And now he's gone wide out onto the grass, beginning to fall apart, unfortunately, for Gary Corcoran now, as Tolbig tries to get alongside him, and Barry English also joining the fray.
Yeah, he really got hung out to dry there, didn't he? Fastest lap from Barnes in the previous lap of 1:48.9. Those others are scrapping together, all doing the 150s, but yeah, Corcoran really got hung out to dry there, didn't he? And going to turn 3. English is still making inroads. There he is at the back of this train. Trying to get by Jared Toll. That red Zetec just ahead of him. There's spits and spots of rain you can see on that camera, have been there for a while now, so It's not raining here at Mondello, even though it's a little bit grey and overcast. Not a great summer we're having so far in the middle of June. It's terrific racing going on out there. It's Corcoran, McDonald, and Berry behind him. Oh, the inside goes English. And he gets another place back.
Shane Murphy right back with him as well, considering he had a spin just one lap ago. That's impressive stuff. Murphy straight to the outside. He'd be good Guerreri late in the brakes though. And he'll get a clean run out as English tangles there. We're told Murphy might get by them both, although he doesn't have the strong ECU in, so maybe he won't have the ponies in a straight line. He has got by the Kyle Moore Cars machine. He goes across to the inside to defend. This is where his hot rod experience is coming in, John, isn't it? He's placing the car in the exact right place, moving across, defending when he has to, backing out when he has to. They're touching again up front. Corcoran being very defensive here, and that's Barry English, not a man you want to mess with on track, but Gary Corcoran doesn't care who he is. He's hanging on and fighting for every position here, but they're certainly banging elbows there at turn 2, and Shane Murphy wondering how he's going to negotiate this one.
Not surprised English has got any mirrors left on that car, such as the battering that's got throughout this race. First he was tagged by Barnes, and a good set 2 between himself and Tohill, when he won that particular battle, and then he squeezed past McDonald, or past Corcoran I should say. He's got himself a place back. It's a good fight back this from English, in fairness to him.
It is very good, yeah.
Really are concentrating on this. The Irish Supercars are behind, but this is a really good battle up front for, say, a Super Cup Ireland class. New set of panels perhaps for that, say it after this race for our pole sitter.
Well, now it's Shane Murphy trying to get the run up the hill, but he doesn't have it. I think the lower brake horsepower ECU just really killing him on the run up the hill out of 7A and B there.
4 minutes to go. Get another 2 laps in, Leo, perhaps.
Yeah, great stuff. Murphy trying to get up the inside now of Corcoran on the run to paddock. Brave stuff. Corcoran eventually just cedes the place, but only just. Gary Corcoran putting up a great fight here and having to go back at Shane Murphy. Matches him on the brakes, gets alongside. He'll be looking to get a run here if he can get into the apex, which he can. Off in front goes Barry English, but doesn't lose too much time. He's in an awful hurry today. He's keen to get back up there, maybe to see somebody up towards the front.
Yeah, rain's starting to come back as well. Barnes actually passed under the start-finish line with about 4 minutes to go, so he might actually get 3 laps in here, because he's lapping in the 148s, 150s. McDonald, Barry English, our pole sitter, is a 150 that last time, or his best time was a 150. 148.9 is the quickest, and that's Barnes.
Yeah, by a long way. Great stuff. When he's going, he's set in purple sectors again out front. Well, that'll stop now pretty quickly, because there is, as you said, John, a scattering of rain. Every time the Legends have come out, and there are 3 races today. We've got Boss Ireland first. When the Legends come out, we've had a little bit of rain. There'll be tyre decisions being made here, I would imagine, for Boss Ireland down below us. But still, some of the say it's getting a little bit skittish there. Somebody, Shane Murphy, going very wide, and Gary Corcoran, the back end of his car, moving around at Lola Corner. That's high speed stuff to be getting out of shape. But as John said, just 2 minutes, less than 3 minutes to go on this one now.
Yeah, it's an absolute camber corner, isn't it? Just slides away to the left-hand side as you come out of Lola as well. So you're on slicks and it's a little bit wet, you can actually start to drift out to that left-hand side.
Brian Berry,
McDonald and Berry.
Yeah, Berry going nicely. Berry and McDonald have been close all the way through this one.
Barnes is coming through with 2 minutes to go, so we're all going to get another 2 laps in.
Barnes quicker than, or McDonald quicker than Barnes on that lap by 3/10, and in fact Brian Berry matching him.
There's our leader into turn 3. Climbing the hill and down towards the S's. And he's got a huge lead from McDonald and Berry. And English has fought his way back up to 4th place, having been tagged by Barnes in the previous couple of laps. Nice low angle shot, that one, as they go through the S's. There's our 2nd place man coming through. McDonald behind him is Berry. It's the battle of the race, really, because Barry English has shrugged off the attentions of the likes of Murphy and Corcoran.
Talk of a few more of these Seat Super Cups coming back out. In fact, there are a lot of people looking for them around Europe, so we may see a few more back on track. Potential, according to Owen Murray, of maybe 10 or 12 of these cars, and a few people looking at them for next year as well. So it's a nice little series for them. I know there was a big effort put in before for these cars. It didn't really work out, but it'd be great to see them. I thought it was going to go the other way, John, because there were cars being sold out of the country, and now there are actively people bringing them back in. You can buy these cars for about 30 grand, but they don't lose their value. They were 30 grand 3 years ago. They still are. Sometimes you get one that needs a little bit of work for about 25. You can have a look on Facebook Marketplace if you want to have a look around and pick one up. Yeah, so there's this is Berry still trying to chase down Graham McDonald. There's two of the supercars that have come together. There's only, I think there's only 4. I'm not sure how many supercars are still running. 5 maybe. But here they come to save up to say it's again. We've just got 20 seconds to go, so it's going to be very close. But that was that indeed was Ross Barnes going by, so they will get another lap purely because of the pace of Ross Barnes. So there he goes down to the final corner in the Barnes Auto House car. He did a 51.4, a lot slower that time around. 50.7 for Graham McDonald. 51.3 for Brian Berry. So quicker than anybody else by a lot on that last lap was that man there on the right of your screen, Graham McDonald. He's the reigning Fiesta ST champion, remember. Still has the car, said he's going to bring it out for a spin at the July round here, which could mean that we would see Dara Denning, Graham McDonald and Eric Holstein all taking on the regulars in the Fiesta ST series, which would be very much worth watching. Also a couple of guest drivers moved to join the Zetec Safety Zetec Championship at the same meeting, so the July meeting could be very good here. We will of course be streaming it again with the help of the Beacon Hospital.
And Barnes won't be caught. Last lap, he's got a huge lead. 6.2 seconds, there he is. Down into turn 7A and B for the very last time, they're going to climb the hill.
He'll be holding court in the Merry Ploughboy tonight after this one, no doubt, with a pint.
I wonder will his friend Barry English join him.
Well, I'm not sure about that one, but this man here will join him. Their best buddies, Graham McDonald down the inside to put a lap on one of the supercars. The ex-Alan Dawson Sheds Direct Ireland car. Rain coming down the Stiller, is it? It's hard to know with the wind, it's coming and going.
Terrific pictures, I must say. Full credit to the crew here.
Yeah, Martin Kavanagh and See It Live team doing a fantastic job today. Even when you look out the window and it's dark, it looks pretty good on the screen here in front of us. So great. Look at this, straight over to the pit wall for Mick Merrick and Morgan Dempsey and all the rest. They'd be delighted with this from Ross Barnes and all the other guys. A good team of guys. I shouldn't have name-checked someone without having them all, because they've done a great job there, and they're taking on some of the biggest names in the country as well with that one. Two guys that have come up from STs to be getting wins and say at Super Cup. It's great to see. So Barnes from McDonald, from Berry, from English, from Shane Murphy and Gary Corcoran.
I just wonder when we get into Park Ferme again, will English and Barnes have a little word? We didn't quite see it on our shot. It was out of shot, but those in the main grandstand here would have seen it. English getting tagged by Barnes. Barnes went on to win. English recovered to finish 4th. Alan Watkins won the Irish Supercars. He finished in 7th overall. Charlie Lenan in 2nd. And Phil Jones on the 3rd place in the podium. Anyway, 2 races to go here. Next is the Boss Series, and then the last of the Legends races.
That's the end of that one, and the action from the tin tops here at Mondello Park. That's Watkins taking the supercar win from Charlie Lenan, Philip Jones and McAlinden. I think Aaron Brunton a lap back and John Newport. Not sure if those guys, no they didn't. There you are, a bit of damage on that car number 985. That's Aaron Brunton. I'd say the tracking is out just a little bit on that car. at the very, very least. Certainly needs a little bit of suspension damage there. So next up is going to be Formula Boss Ireland. Once these cars come across the line, it's a toll in the Kylemore Cars backed machine. But Boss Ireland going to be out next, and they will be making tyre decisions. I think it should probably be slicks, but that's easy for me to say in a nice warm commentary box with a roof on it. They're down in the pit lane. Nobody has jacked any cars up. You can see them there in the pit lane, actually in the middle of your picture, slightly left. And they're all still sitting on the tyres they came back on. And I can tell you that certainly Paul O'Connell, who will be the first out, is sitting on slick tyres, as is Aaron Gauquin and as is Jonathan Files in third place. We're just going to take a quick break while we get ready for the Finstown Castle and Gaswise Formula Boss Ireland race next up here at Mondello Park.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
Square left onto the yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it left, keep it left, keep it left. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Well, we've only just announced it, but everybody is talking about this car behind me. It's the Junior Mini Challenge for the ICCR here at Mondello Park. An exciting new saloon car series from 14 to 17-year-old drivers. Lift off, oversteer, bumper to bumper racing. We're going to have it all this year at Mondello Park. It's the new Junior Mini Challenge. Well, welcome back, and it's the fastest cars of the weekend racing once again. It's Boss Ireland, Formula Boss Ireland as they're now known, the backing from Finstown Castle Hotel and Gas Wise. So we're getting a lot of text and messages in, a lot of people saying how good the coverage is, how much they're enjoying it, so thank you very much. It's nothing to do with me, it's Martin Cameron will see it live team. That's Katie, Sean, Carl and Graham. Great work by all those guys in difficult conditions. It's been very windy, we've had loads of rain, they're trying out some new stuff and some unmanned cameras and stuff like that, and the coverage has been great. So thanks very much to those guys, and somebody stopped out there already, they've caught that already. And the director, I think it's Martin that's directing it, but he's catching pretty much everything we talk about. That was Tony Greenan, I think, but on pole for this one is going to be Paul O'Connell in that Jordan-esque GP2 car. I say Jordan-esque because the livery is very reminiscent of the Ruben Barrichello era of the Jordan Grand Prix team, 93-94 car, like the Saxo. And on the outside, the front row is Aaron Cochran, a very quick driver in a beautifully wrapped Formula 3 car, and looking like it's not unlike the Vodafone McLaren from probably a 08 era like that. Then Jonathan Files in an almost Gulf or Martini livery car, similar to his dad Ken's livery that he used to have on his Formula Atlantic car. Jonathan Files all on his own, the third row. Files will give us entertainment, Files will give us commitment. I'm not sure if the machinery is good enough to stay with the cars in front, but let's see. Then we've got Shane Rabbit and Michael Roach, Noel Robinson and Roland Doherty, all F3 cars. Tom Cochran not showing, Peter Dwyer all on his own there. Then it's Rob King and Gary Graham. Then it's Daniel Faherty and Joe Christian. We don't have Donald Griffin in this one. Good grid of single-seaters, but they've got a delayed start, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can see why, Leo. To your screen there, it's Greenan who's going to start forward on the grid. He's going to have to be towed away. And we've already got a car in the pits as well, so that'll be an advantage from their point of view. They can get going, but we're going to have a delay.
Well, it does mean we get another car that's going to start in the pit lane. It's car number 18 is Tom Cochran, so he wasn't going to make it. Beautiful car, another World Series by Renault, very similar to the GP2 car. And a beautiful John Player special livery on that car. A lot of Formula 1 style liveries on these cars. They look absolutely fantastic. There's a great shot of them, isn't it? Paul O'Connell on the left, Aaron Cochran on the right. Files in the middle.
A shame for Tony Green on the warm-up lap. Stalling the car. It's the last left-hander, so this, obviously they're going to let Cochran go. There he is. And join the back of the grid.
Certainly looks like it. There's a lot of jump starts and people going out onto the grid with machinery to help these cars start. They do need a lot of assistance. So the grid, Paul O'Connell and Aaron Cochran on the front row, Jonathan Files on his own now on row 2, and then Shane Rabbit and Michael Roach. Shane Rabbit mixing it up with the F3 cars in that little Formula Renault. It might look like the F3 cars, but it's not. It's his brother Barry Rabbit's later generation Formula Renault, the car on row 3 there, the blue and white car.
As you can see, we're missing Tony Green from the outside of row 2. This car has been now unceremoniously hauled back to the pits. Very disappointing from his point of view to be on the outside of the second row and not going racing. It's how cruel it can be at times. Didn't even get around to finish his warm-up lap. So I say with this delay, and they're bringing Cochran around to the back of the grid, might have another warm-up lap. 15-minute race, 2 races to go. There's the unfortunate Tony Greenan. All he can do is spectate now.
It's a shame the car's been thrown off. There's a great close-up shot of Paul O'Connell. Digital Motorsport and Stone Motorsport, Gregora Mills, all his sponsors on the side of that car. The Sasol livery as well, the Formula 1 Jordan livery, of course. So the debates continue as to which is quicker around here, a Formula 3 car or one of the bigger cars.
Cochran's trying to work his way through to line up on his position in 9th on the grid. But because he started from the pit lane, I think he may have to be wheeled back. Or they're going to push him forward into his position. I think they're going to push him forward and get his position back. It's pretty tight down there, but he's done it. So we're going to go for this 15-minute race without the unfortunate Greenham, but Tom Cochran has joined us, and we'll start from 9th place on the grid. I just want to see if they're going to give us another green flag lap, or rather are we going to go racing immediately. Look at the back of O'Connell's car there. They still haven't got rid of the power to the battery. They haven't done it now. So he looks all set. As Leo's been saying, tremendous looking cars. These brilliant liveries, all reminiscent of Formula One cars. Down the back you got the yellow Jordan-like, so yeah, they're going to do another warm-up lap, another green flag lap, so another warm-up for these cars before we get underway for the 15-minute race. Some chance to just warm up the tyres again. They would have gone pretty cold sitting on the grid, so they've been given another opportunity to warm up. And skies overhead just lifting a little. It might have been nice finish to the evening here at Mondello Park. Thankfully we haven't had much rain, one or two splits in spots, but nothing to write home about. So O'Connell, Aaron Cochran, Jonathan Files, good to see him back as well on the second row of the grid. Greenham won't start. Shane Rabbit, Michael Roach, Noel Robinson, Ronald Doherty, and Cochran, who's rejoined. Peter Dwyer, Rob King, Gary Graham, Daniel Faherty, Joe Christian and Donald Griffin. They're the 14 cars of the 15 that were due to line up on the grid for this 15-minute race, and we're out on another green flag lap. Dalara's out there. It's GP2 of O'Connell, 4000cc compared to the 2000 of Cochran alongside him. We've seen Barry Rabbit, brother, is out racing there. Shane today. We've seen Barry racing these down the years, winning the Leinster Trophy as well a couple of years ago in one of those F3 cars in the rain. There's the 2018, 2019.
Everything is 3 years ago now, John, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Corona.
So here they come down from Southside Motor Factors Corner to regrid, and we'll have a full 15-minute race. Mondello looking really resplendent these days. A lot of good organisation now. Plenty of people to wave the yellow flags to get the cars to regrid. Fastest cars of the weekend. An F3 car alongside the GP2 car. Both left and right on the front row of the grid. No Greenham alongside Jonathan Files. So we'll have 14 cars for this 15-minute race.
5-second board is up. Getting ready to go. The F3 car going to get away better. Oh, Files with a great start. Apollo Cullen stalls. Shane Rabbit catches him. Poor Shane Rabbit banging the steering wheel, but Shane Rabbit with great reflexes, but had to come to a complete halt. He was banging the steering wheel. Files leads Spectacular Files is sideways again. Aaron Cochran in the Formula 3 car be wondering what he has to do, and Noel Robinson gets through into third place in the background with a great bit of weaving around the first corner. But Jonathan Files, always great to watch, John. He lets this car move around under him like you're not supposed to do in a single-seater on the opening laps.
Paul O'Connell got completely bogged down there and he's dropped down to 10th place, but just saw behind him Shane Rabbit had to put the brakes on really, really hard, and he was so annoyed. He's slapping the steering wheel. He got a good start himself, but then saw the parked O'Connell in front of him and had to slam it on hard.
Well, Robinson looking very racy there, but Aaron Cochran getting away from him in a straight line. And Robinson closes him down again on the brakes through Lola corner. Very, very good stuff there. But Files it is out front. There's Paul O'Connell. Watch out for him in a straight line. See you later, boys. He's making up places on the back straight with that big, as you said, John, the 4-litre engine in that GP2 car. It's so quick in a straight line.
As a neutral, you'd want to see O'Connell carving the way through the field. He's got plenty of fire under that foot of his, especially in a straight line. There he is in the background, having to work his way through the field, but Files got off to a tremendous start there.
Yeah, Files is leaving it all out there, isn't he? He's all over the place out front. He's through paddock corner, up over the inside, right out. That's where he spun earlier, and he's still completely committed through there. Look at the car moving around on the brakes under him, gets it turned in, slightly wild, but great to watch. And Robinson having a real go here at Aaron Cochran. Cochran with more to worry about than Jonathan Files. He seems to be a little bit quicker in a straight line than Robinson's car. You can hear Paul O'Connell's car before you see it. He's already behind these. Michael Roach makes an inspired pass there to get up to third place, but they could be all on borrowed time, because certainly on a big charge here is Paul O'Connell just behind this trio, the F3 mounted trio, John.
Yeah, he was 10th. Getting off the line, he's up to 5th now, O'Connell. He won't be 5th for long, though. A great start from Files. Aaron Cochran 2nd, Noel Robinson 3rd. Then Roach and O'Connell up to 5th place. There is something look down where Shane Rabbit is back up to 7th, having coming right up at the back of the gearbox of O'Connell. He's recovered a little.
O'Connell gets by, but Robinson switches back to the inside, does him again. But look at the power of O'Connell's car. It's just so much quicker than an F3 car. And mark my words, those F3 cars are very quick in a straight line. But no trouble for Paul O'Connell. He'll get up to Michael Roach. I don't think he'll get past him just here, but he'll get right up to him up the hill here. Just gets a little bit to the Bahrain's bends and the long left-hander, where the F3 car should be every bit as quick as him. But Jonathan Files doing a super job out front. Somebody a little bit wild. That's Roach just a little bit wide there at the long left-hander. They're heading back the short straight back to paddock. There's Files, there's Aaron Cochran, there's Roach, and there's a sideways O'Connell. He really is. He doesn't just wait in the straights, he hustles that car in the corners as well. Former hill climber. I was watching him testing this car when he got it first, John. I quite often disappeared out the back of the track on a test day, and it looked like it was trying to kill him. It was early on, you know, Stone Motorsport team were just getting used to it. It was stepping out coming out of turn 2, and I said to somebody in the pits, he's absolutely wild, he's not lifting off. And they just shrugged their shoulders and said, hill climber. They're a different breed, you know. Paul is a champion hill climber, and that produces very brave pilots, and he's one of them. So he certainly doesn't mind it getting out of shape. Looks like we're going with a safety car, are we? Yeah, we got waves yellows here. We're thinking about it. But Jonathan Files won't like that at all. Paul O'Connell will like this very much. But yeah, waves yellows everywhere. Red flag, stopping the race. Not sure why, John. I don't see the problem, but red flags mean apologies for that. It must be out of our view. But obviously something has happened somewhere, because the red flags are out. The safety car has been dispatched from the pit lane. We're not missing anybody just yet.
Yeah, we're just actually looking across from our vantage point here out of that shot you see on your screen as to maybe somebody's gone off down at 7. It's be an unusual place to go off. It was.
Somebody standing there. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's the Regs Roland Doherty, is it? It is Roland Doherty down at 7B. Unfortunately, it's so easy to happen the front end wash out and just park in the tires on the outside. He's fine. That's him standing up on the right hand side with his helmet in his hand, but Jonathan Files won't like this at all. All his hard work on cold tires is done, but it's a restart, so it will be getting going again. But there's that car right in under a couple of spectators there.
It's an unusual place to go off though, isn't it? Especially you're braking hard into that right-hander and then another right-hander quite immediately, but he's going straight on.
Can happen if you touch the curb. Sometimes on the inside, the single seater might unsettle the front. You're on full power going through the second bit, trying to get on power as early as you can going up the hill. And Roland's out, he's been going really well since he upgraded that Dallara. He was in a really old, well, relatively old F3 car. Now he's got an F399 Dallara, and he's running with the quick boys, so obviously right on the limit. I would imagine the front end skipped across a curb or something, and then just couldn't get it turned in for the second bit. We've seen that happen before down there. Great, you can't see it but out of view, loads of tyres, loads of rubber belt on the front of them to stop them getting scattered, and the car won't be too seriously damaged because you don't go into the bank there. The tyres take plenty of the fall of the impact. So Files stops this one. Files is asking the question that you know he's asking. Are we going back to the original grid, or can I start from pole?
He should be starting from pole, you would think.
1 lap done, John.
1 lap done, yeah.
That'll be the original grid. We're not sure. Well, let's wait and see. It's not our decision.
One of the cars heading for the pits. Oh, it's been a real race of attrition so far. We're losing cars hand over fist. Fergus Brennan down on the start-finish line, talking to the stewards to see will they regrid or will Jonathan Files start on pole. We've done the 1 lap. Suggestion is it will be regridded as to where we started from. It's going to take a little while to extricate that car from turn 7B as well. So just a little wait before we get things going again. In fact, all the engines have been switched off. Just a little while before we start the penultimate race of the weekend. Still got the Legends to come, race 3 for them today. That's up next. It is basically Ireland's premier class now these days, the Irish Boss Series, the Formula Boss Series as it's known. We've just been handed a grid here, and it suggests that John O'Files will start on pole with Aaron Cochran alongside, then Noel Robinson, Michael Roach and Paul O'Connell down in 5th place. Ronald Doherty. But that is TBC. It's Fergus Brennan with the sunglasses, the coordinator down on the main straight. So it'll be an 11-minute race for those remaining cars. And down below us, car number 6, Gary Graham, is in the Formula Renault 2-litre, and the Buzzin' and Hornets livery car. He's going to start from the pit lane. I wonder will they let him go rather like they did last time with Tom Cochran and get him to the back of the grid. Cochran was able to work his way forward and start from his original grid position. Graham due to start from the outside of row 6. So they're regridding. We got this grid in front of us now that gets Jonathan Files on pole, Aaron Cochran in alongside him, then Noel Robertson, Michael Roach, Paul O'Connell and Ronald Doherty. There will be our top 6. Pushing O'Connell back, as you can see, who was the pole sitter originally. So that's good news for Jonathan Files, who worked his way up from 3rd to take the lead into the first corner from the original start. Jonathan Files has raced in so many different classes down the years. Raced in the Say It series. A lot of single-seater racing as well for Files. Not a young man anymore, Jonathan Files. I was thinking he was a young fella. He's 46.
Actually, he drives like a young fella.
He does.
John Kenny giving your age away there, Jonathan. There's another generation coming along as well. There was a Mini delivered over there, I believe, recently. So we may see a 4th generation Jack Files 2.0. Coming to the grid shortly, maybe, but certainly Jonathan upholding the tradition of running at the front of Mondello Park. So great to see it. Formula Boss Ireland, in fact, have done a great job, and to attract all these cars, and especially the F3 cars, the amount of them there. We'd see F3 cars racing at Mondello Park. I know we had the British F3 Championship many years back in the Dome Lola of Martin Bahrain. Took a win here, of course, but to have so many F3s on the grid is great to watch. And some of the Renaults, we've always got a few giant killers in the Formula Renaults. Shane Rabbit mixing it up with the F3s today. I'd say probably try and give Barry back his car and keep the modern generation car. Shane Rabbit, always a great peddler, former Irish touring car champion, and going nicely today in that car. Rob King as well joining the grid. It's a beautiful car, the wrapped Radical, the ex-Pat McBennett car. Rob King driving that one, the Digital Motorsports car. Rob involved with Digital Motorsports and with trackdays.ie as well, who run all the track days here at Mondello Park. Want to take your road car on track, have a look at trackdays.ie. You can rent a car off them for a track day. You can get instruction on a track day. You can bring your own car down and drive it around Mondello Park on a track day. So a lot of bank holiday action there from these guys. Clerk of the course, Ian Beattie on the grid there. We're going to have a slightly shortened race, one warm-up lap, just a few minutes time.
Yeah, highlights of Jonathan Files' career. Had to go back to 2003 for that Clio champion in the UK. Engines fired again. One warm-up lap. We're going to have an 11-minute race, Leo.
Great stuff. Well, you know, it's hard. I love a race when we see a grid, John, and you just don't know who to pick a winner from. You know, either of those two on the front row. There's 2 guys that are going really well in the second row of the grid, and then of course Paul O'Connell is going to want to blast by them all, and there's a chance that he can. So Jonathan Files got to do it all again. He's got to try and get away and just get that break. He's if he gets off the line well, he'll do what he does best on cold tires. We've got a green flag lap first, I think, and they'll get some semblance of heat into their tires. I used to there, we should be getting ready to go. And then we've just got one more Legends race after that to round out the ICCR. They all get away cleanly, except for Rob King, unfortunately. Radical should be able to start itself, I would imagine. It's a Radical SR3 1500. Left-hand drive car. It's a former Dubai Autodrome corporate car.
You know your onions.
I briefly owned it.
Did you?
Very briefly.
Which car in Ireland did you not briefly own?
Myself and Eric Holstein had a share in that one.
So one warm-up lap before we get back racing again on this penultimate race of the day, the Finstown Castle Gaswise Formula Bus Ireland Race 2. It's a restart after that crash last time around. So 11 minutes we will have around the international circuit here at Mondello. The car's going through Lola Corner, and that's down into 7A and B, where we had that accident which held up things. And climbed the hill back into Bahrain's Bends. Very tight right left-hand corner. You're just waiting to put the power on as you come through this sweep here to the left-hand side. And then short spurt onto the back of the paddock. Climb the hill to Southside Motor Factors corner to complete the lap. That's Paul O'Connell, who originally sat on pole in the GP2 Dallara. Plenty of power under that right foot. And they are going through the back of the paddock now and then climb the hill up to Southside Motor Factors corner, from where you can see that wide panned camera looking straight across Mondello Park from the top of the hill as they regrid.
Sorry, that's a lovely shot there. As they come down to us, somebody lighting up the back wheels, trying to get temperature into them. Jonathan Files, the full of the cockpit there, same as his dad was. Distinctive sit in the car. Jonathan's two sisters also compete in sporting trials, which Ken was also a big fan of, or mud plugging as it's more commonly known.
Yeah, he's a very tall man, isn't he, Jonathan Files? So he's quite upright in the seat. Here we go, 11 minutes.
Good start from Files, gets away again. Everybody's away. A lot of wheel spin for Paul O'Connell there. I think that might have held him back a little bit, but Files leads. Oh, massive lock up as Robinson throws it down the inside of Roach. Aaron Cochran being held back there. That'll suit Files. Where's Paul O'Connell? He's well back, so this is going to be a good race. That's not a bad script for a race, John.
No, and he, rather like the first race, this time he got going, but rather the previous one, which was stopped, he got completely bogged down and hardly got moving at all. It did take him a little while to get going. There are 3 or 4 cars swept by him, so this will be an interesting race for the neutrals.
Look at Shane Rabbit, a great start from Shane Rabbit. Mixing it with the F3 cars there. Cracker of a start, car number 27. He's forgotten he's in a Formula Renault. He thinks he's in an F3 car as he heads up the hill. This is his first time driving this car. He borrowed it because parts didn't arrive for his own older spec car. But he'd be absolutely loving this, Shane Rabbit, if he can hang on to these guys up front, because Formula Renault really has no business being near an F3 car. But a bit like Barry when he's driving it, nobody told him that. So he's going nice. He's got Paul O'Connell behind him, and Paul O'Connell will probably get by him on the drag up the hill here. But Jonathan Files beginning to make good his escape. Shane Rabbit defending just a little bit. Paul, don't go by me just yet. I've just got the small business of these F3 cars. But Paul O'Connell struggling a little bit to get by Shane Rabbit. There we go. That's the 2 blue cars, the back of the shot. Look at this though. Robinson gets up the inside of Michael Roach, that is, to get a second place. Somebody going wide. It's Aaron Cochran, very wide. Oh, Shane Rabbit overcommits there, and Paul O'Connell just drives by him on the way out of paddock corner. Files still out in front. Robinson next up, then Roach, then Aaron Cochran, then the danger man, John.
Obviously Files gone through from the standing start as the quickest car. Robinson in second place, Roach, then Cochran, then O'Connell in 5th place. The real battle is when O'Connell can get rid of Robinson, Roach and Cochran and get up towards the back of Files' car, but he doesn't have much time to do it. It's only 9 minutes to go, so it's a very short race. O'Connell to turn 3, well, that's 1 down. Cochran's been dropped down to 5th, O'Connell up to 4th.
We have a message in from Dermot Nolan telling us that he had the first Formula Renault on the grid and one of the second Formula 3s on the Libra grid, and he's enjoying the commentary from Wexford. But he actually said 1 ST for first and 2 ST for second, so he must have been at the baby sham again, I think.
O'Connell started to carve his way through the field, and that's 2 gone in this lap, maybe 3. Oops, not quite. Into 7A and B.
They don't hand it over too easy, John, these F3 boys, do they?
No, and then nor should they.
Nothing they can do in a straight line. And Paul O'Connell's fairly committed on the brakes as well. As we said earlier on, he doesn't wait for the straights. He's good through the twiddly bits as well. So he's got through 1 or 2, but he's in a hurry because he's got to go to Jonathan Files. Files was leading by 1.8 seconds at the end of the opening lap. And That's strong stuff, but ultimately, surely Paul O'Connell should be quicker than Jonathan Files around the lap here. Machinery so much more modern.
You think there's 8 minutes to go, and he's already at the back of him, coming up to Southside Motor Factory's corners there. You can see the first place man Files leading. O'Connell is just behind him.
One thing we did see before with Files, John, is that when the quicker cars did catch him, it's downforce he's lacking in, not so much straight line speed, and he gets good corner exits. And we've seen earlier how important that is as Robinson gets out of shape trying to hold back Roach. Little ominous cloud of smoke from Roach's car, from Robinson's car on the exit of Max's corner every time. I was just going to say drives by, but Robinson just says no thank you, closes the door.
Difficult place to overtake that. Climb the hill back to the S's again. The front two have pulled away. It's a question of how fast O'Connell can catch Files. 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a good battle between the F3 guys. He's already caught up the hill. It looked like he'd already caught him, I think. Just ahead of this scrap, the 2 leaders. Yeah, we might see a change in lead on the back straight here. There we go. Look at the speed difference. Paul O'Connell just tried. Oh, Files is slowing. There's a problem. I thought he caught him a little bit too quickly. We don't have red flags. No, Files. What happened there, John?
I don't know. He seemed to just let O'Connell drive by. He put his foot in the brakes or something. Just let him drive by. Now, we knew he was obviously got a lot more grunt in that car, but he just seemed to just let him go.
It's not like Jonathan Files,
no.
But certainly it looked remarkably easy there for Paul O'Connell. Unlike this battle where Noel Robinson's still holding back Michael Roach in the 2 F3 cars. Sideways stuff there as he just pivots the car at the long left-hander. Look at this, Files is closer than he was to Paul O'Connell. This is Jonathan Files messing around, isn't he? He obviously let him by on the back straight. He's trying to have a go back at him now. Sideways from Files as he comes out onto the main straight, but O'Connell's car so much quicker even than Jonathan Files' car in a straight line. Files trying to close him in on the brakes. He does close him in on the brakes, John.
Yeah, I think these lads are out for a bit of fun out there, and why not? Just over 6 minutes to go, and Files is not letting O'Connell go. He's been around the motor racing scene for an awful long time. Who am I to tell him how to drive a car? It's just a bit unusual. Let him drive by so quickly and so easily. He's just dropped back there coming into the S's.
Yeah, it's very odd. He's quick through the corners, but now I think it's done. The damage is done, I think, on this lap. Certainly down this straight, Paul O'Connell should get away up the hill. That's what he's doing. Through that corner, Files will be quick, but Files slow there again. I'm not sure what's up. There's some sort of a problem.
Maybe he's lost a gear.
We'll have to find out afterwards. Yeah. But there's some sort of a problem there. He's not quick at all through Lola corner and out onto the back straight, costing him massive time. I wonder if he's going to be in trouble here with some of the other cars catching him. We'll see. We've still got 4 minutes 54 seconds to go on this one. Paul O'Connell now leads and leads strongly in the Dallara GP2 car. And it's Jonathan Files next up in the Lola. Noel Robinson, Michael Roach, Shane Rabbit, Daniel Faherty, Rob King, Peter Dwyer, Tom Cochran, Joe Quinlan and Aaron Cochran. Have we lost Aaron Cochran? We have. Another slow lap for Files in relative terms. He is still quicker than the cars behind though, John, than the F3 cars. Maybe it's just the undoubted pace of Paul O'Connell is making us think that Jonathan is going slowly, but he certainly did look slow, I thought, at Lola corner.
We've lost Roland Doherty, Tony Green we knew, and Donald Griffin all gone. So 12 left. You think Aaron Cochran's gone as well? But, this is all over bar the shouting, but no surprise really. O'Connell really has an awful lot of power under that right foot.
We've just seen that there's somebody been off. There's been some sort of an altercation somewhere, because Shane Rabbit is showing in third place here ahead of both Robinson and Roach. So they must have had a bit of a moment out there somewhere. Shane Rabbit will be a real giant killing act if he can bring this one home in third place.
Standing down the pit lane when the first race ended and the helmets came off and all the safety gear as well. A lot of bright red heads and sweat. It's hard cars to drive these.
Yeah, they're pretty physical, all right.
You want to be fit to do it.
think this is a quicker lap for Files. He didn't lose as much space. Let's watch. So McDonald goes through 35.8. Files was on a 38.4 last time. 37.6. So he's knocked the second off it, but he's still not as quick as Paul O'Connell. Shane Rabbit. Shane Rabbit does his best. 38.1. Is that going to be enough to hold back the Renault? It is.
Oh,
He's quicker than one of them. He's not quicker than Michael Roach. 36.8 from Michael Roach. He's quicker than everybody except Paul O'Connell. And Michael Roach on a bit of a charge there.
Yeah, Roach and Robinson must have had something to come together. So Paul O'Connell now in the lead as he comes through the S's and out towards Lola Corner.
Great battle here. Rob King and the Digital Motorsport Radical trying to hold off a former champion there. That's Peter Dwyer. Great scrap between these two, John. A little bit of diversity there. A sports car tackling a single seater, but Rob King gets a good run through turn 2 and is beginning to ease away, I think, in that one. That's for 7th place overall. So Rob King going nicely.
So tell us a bit about this car, the Airdrome car you were talking about.
The Radical, yeah, 2-seater car. Actually, almost road legal. Would have brakes, lights and indicators if you wanted. There's various things you can do with them. That was left-hand drive. You can change them back to right-hand drive very quickly. They're great sports cars. Got a little bit of aero in them. So even though it's a motorbike-derived engine, a 1500cc motorbike drive, it's got a proper diff, proper back axle and everything. So it is very much a real racing car. And if you bring it to, Rob brought the car to Donington recently, and he was saying you can actually feel the aero working going down the Craner curves on it. Probably a little bit through Lola Corner, but Mondello Park not really a track for aero. But Rob King beginning to go nicely. Well, that's a great shot of Paul O'Connell going through there. I'm not sure if the guys have the speed gun on him, but certainly incredible straight line speed from Paul O'Connell that time. 138.1.
We got a HD camera down on the main straight as well, so that you just saw him overtaking one of the back markers there with speed. It was a brilliant come towards and back off shot down to that first corner of O'Connell. Beautiful looking car. Great liveries on these cars as well that are very, very well turned out.
Yeah, it's great. Paul O'Connell is certainly good for Irish Motorsport, bringing cars like this to Mondello Park and into the ICCR. It's great to see it. It looks like a little bit of a handful, but he seems to enjoy driving it, and he's doing superbly here out front of this one. 5.4 seconds to the good from Jonathan Files, who's now matching Paul O'Connell's times, but the gap out there at 5 and a bit seconds, so I don't think that's going to change too much. 23 seconds to go. So this is the final lap for Paul O'Connell, down to 7A and 7B now in the GP2 car. John, looking very good for him. Kids running to the fence to see the GP2 car in the last lap there.
Victory parade lap for him. Started on pole for the original race. Dropped down to 5th after the restart, but worked his way through his field very, very quickly indeed in the 11-minute race. Time is now up as he comes through the back of the paddock up to Southside Motor Factors corner, and will win with ease.
Yeah, looking very good for him now. Late on the break, second last race of the day here on our live stream. In conjunction with the Beacon, a little bit of a drift on the way out. The Stone Motorsport boys gives them a wave, and Paul O'Connell takes the checkered flag for the second win of the day. And here's Jonathan Sideways Files coming out of Southside Motor Factors corner. Great entertainment, big thumbs up from I think that's Martin Daly giving Jonathan Files the thumbs up there on the main straight, and they're cheering Shane Rabbit there as well. Podium, overall podium for Shane Rabbit. That's pretty impressive stuff in a borrowed car, and Shane Rabbit will get great value out of that one, so fantastic stuff from him. Then it's Michael Roach, then it's Noel Robinson, and next up should be Daniel Fardy. So he's taken a few F3 scalps there, Shane Rabbit, going really well. Entertainment from Formula Boss Ireland there. Oh, and here's this battle we watched earlier. They're just going to come down to the line now. Peter Dwyer trying to close down Rob King. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but the Radical has enough traction out of the final corner. Here they come. And just about taking it, but a big challenge on the run to the line. But Rob King holds on in the Digital Motorsport Radical car. They're putting together a few experiences, John. You can come down and drive the Radical car on the sim and then drive the Radical car on the track. They're doing the same with their MX-5, and Laura driving the Zetec Fiesta as well. So some great stuff available and a great future for the guys in Digital Motorsports. They work very hard and they're global leaders in what they do. So great to have them here with us in Mondello Park.
Yeah, let's come down, have a pop. So that's the Finstown Castle Gaswise Formula Boss Ireland Race 2 done and dusted after that restart. A win for Paul O'Connell, Jonathan 5 seconds, and then Shane Rabbit. And we're on to the last race of the weekend, the third race of the afternoon. for the Legends.
We have the following drivers from Fiesta Zetec aboard the tower, please. Car number 33, Kate of Shanley. Car number 44, Bobby Turley. Car number 27, Keith Rabbit. Car number 353, Duke Duke. That's cars number 33, car number 44, car number 27, car number 353. Can they please report to the tower? Thank you.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
Well, last race of the day, ladies and gents. Thanks very much to JK, to John Kenny, well known to us from RTE Radio and RTE Sport, for helping us out there in the afternoon. He's heading off. He's got a very urgent appointment with a barman, so he's left us for a few minutes. While we're watching the Legends, they've given us good entertainment, haven't they, all day? This is their third and final race. A little bit anticlimactic. There's been great racing all day. I'd love if there were a few more, but fantastic stuff from all the classes today at Mondello Park, and indeed yesterday before we did the live stream. So racing is in rude good health here at Mondello Park. Very thanks to the ICCR and everybody involved, the marshals, the starters, everybody that's been working on this so hard. Mondello looks great. The racing's been good. We're very lucky, and the numbers are coming back up. So I think once the racing is fixed, selling it to people is easier. So maybe drivers will get more sponsors, and classes will get more sponsors and stuff like that. And you do see more signage beginning to pop up around the circuit. The latest one is the Beacon Medical. We've got a bit of signage. We have more coming down into turn one. Max's Corner and the Harris Group, great to have them on board here at Mondello Park. Opel will be coming on board shortly. We'll be revealing something there Southside Motor Factories Corners, Bridgestone, loads of signage. So the more stuff like that we have, the more it looks like a racetrack, and hopefully the more sponsorship the drivers and the classes can get themselves. The BMW Ireland safety car, Declan Nolan coming towards us, lights flashing, leading these cars around purely because, not because it's a problem, but because they do a rolling start, the legends. They don't do standing starts. So they're coming back towards us. I haven't got a grid for this one, but if I don't know them by now, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be doing my job properly, so we'll hazard a couple of guesses. It's Richard Spence on pole and Tyke Sharkey alongside. Tyke Sharkey's gone well. An initial mistake in race 1 made up for by charging back up through the grid, and then went very well in race 2 as well. And he's just in a rented car. He usually works on these cars. He also works here at Mondello during the week. Then the two Malones, Lee Malone and Anthony Malone, Colin Hamill, Gary Humphreys, Scott Jackson. So the really, really quick guys, and there are some really quick guys in this one, are right at the back, the two Richardsons and Peter Barrable. Now I would imagine they would be vying for podium positions before the end of this one. Perhaps not, because there are some very quick drivers in the grid ahead of them, but they generally just charge up there. So that's car number 1, car number 24, and car number 22. Jeff Richardson, Greg Richardson, and Peter Barrable. I watch Peter Barrable at the back. Very easy to spot that Daylow yellow car. Tyke Sharkey on the outside of the front row, and away they go. Richard Spence it is leading them away. Sharkey should be able to get across his bows. Sharkey on the outside. Can he go in late enough? Not quite, no. It's a good fight back on the brakes with Spence there. Peter Barrable around the outside. He has to go off. There's somebody gone up onto two wheels in front of him. And Peter Barrable had made a great start, but somebody getting a piggyback there. You can just imagine. Go on, keep going, we'll be grand. No, get down off me there. So two cars tangled on the way out of turn 1. I think they're probably fine if they could just untangle themselves, but we've got a yellow. Will that take a safety car? It might do, because I think they may have stopped on the track out of our shot. Safety car certainly looks like it's going to be scrambled below me here as these cars scream up to turn 3. Lights are on the safety car, and indeed I think it has been given the go-ahead. Yes, it has. So there we go. The car's just stopped there. That's such a shame. That really is. That's Gary Humphreys, and I think it's Colin Hamill. Indeed it is. In fact, Marshall has just separated them there. Wonder if we get them going again. It'd be fantastic if we did. So we might need a couple more bodies there, but great effort from this guy. The Orange Army, as we call the marshals here at Mondello Park, always do a fantastic job. These guys will see the safety car boards now down at 7A and B. I think we just need one or two more. Here's somebody coming to help rescue crews there. We should be able to get this one sorted. Well, there you go. Is that them sorted? If it is, great work by the marshals. The rescue service have just arrived. They mightn't be needed. That's just fiberglass bodywork. That car might actually be okay. Yes, it is. Great work by the marshals there, getting these cars sorted. Fantastic. Well done, that man, and the little bit of help he got there at the end, because those cars will probably be fine. They just intertangled. They've got bumpers, as we said before. They make a little bit of contact, and one just rode up over the back of the other car. So Richard Spence leading them round now. The safety car, will it have caught them, or will it? No, not just yet. Safety car is probably, it's stopped on the main straight waiting for them here, but actually the problem is sorted. Look, they just go, they can't just go green. I think the safety car would have to lead them round for at least one lap and come back in. So they're in pretty much grid formation again. No, they're not, because one of the Richardsons has gone all the way from the back to the front, and I suspect that is number 1. We'll check them when they go by. Is that Jeff Richardson? Did he get all the way to the front in that little in that lap? I think he may have. He did. Jeff Richardson, 3rd place. Very, very much now the man to watch in this one. 44 Anthony Malone, beautifully prepared car right at the back. So safety car leading them round again. Groundhog day for the drivers here, but it should just be one lap, because as we did get those cars untangled and cleared. So the legends behind the safety car once again heading up the hill. Kennedy's Rise through Lola Corner. Down to the 7A and B. The lights should go off that safety car pretty quickly, I would imagine. Bringing them around rather slowly, but should be releasing them shortly. 5 minutes probably to go on this one of a 6-minute race. Sorry, of a 10-minute race. Once they get released, so it'll just be a couple of laps. Remember, if you want to drive that BMW M3 competition spec around Mondello Park, you can do so. Log on to mondellopark.ie, click on experiences, have a look at the BMW M Car Thrill. You can drive that. Drive a BMW M5 competition, brand new car, just arrived with us in recent weeks, or a BMW M4. You can also drive single-seater Formula Shane single-seaters, and you can drive Porsche Cayman S's at high speed around the track. The experiences have moved on quite a lot in the last number of years. They're really, really good. There's also a new rally experience. We've got 2 Focus rally cars and a Ferrari, of course, for the Ferrari experience. So lots of different stuff you can do here at Mondello Park. Log on to mondellopark.ie, and we're getting ready to go racing now as the legends get ready. Peter Barrow with so much work to do in this, purely because number 1, Jeff Richardson, made a great fist of it the first time. Look at him down the outside again, looking for the lead. Is he going to get it? I think he might. Tyke Sharkey on the inside, or the centre I should say. Sharkey has the lead and goes in late enough to contain Richardson. Impressive stuff from Tyke Sharkey. Doesn't go straight on, or does he? Because Richardson gets a tighter exit, just drives by him. I think he might have gone in a little bit too late in the brakes. That's what happened. Richardson now leads, and Barrable will be seeing this from way back there going, no, I need to get by these cars. It's always the way, it's Barrable versus Richardson's in these. It used to be 2 Barrables against 2 Richardsons, but certainly that was a cracking opening lap by Jeff Richardson, first time round to get himself up so far, and now he's leading this one. Down into the S's. Tyke Sharkey not too far behind him, though, going really well, car number 21. A little bit of a gap back then to Richard Spence in the almost looks like a van shaped car. Oh, it gets way out of shape. That car looks a little bit evil handling there, doesn't it, as it comes out of the S's, or out of Bridgestone corner I should say. Barrable on the inside there, making up a place, or 2 or 3. Oh, Richardson almost cutting the grass on the exit there. Jeff Richardson trying to get away now in the lead. Barrable still trying to get by. I think that's Gordon. No, it's not Gordon Brown. It's Seamus Ryan, isn't it? It is, and he's down the inside, or maybe one of the Richardsons. And he's looking for another play. He has to back out of that one, though. They could have been contact there. So a bit like his dad earlier on. He's thinking a championship maybe, or points. He's not going to back out of it this time because he's got down the inside, keeps the shoe in, and gets by. And I think that's possibly Greg Richardson. He was going by the first time round. On, off and around, and rejoining is Richard Spence there. The car looks like a little bit of a handful, I think. Gordon Brown and Yamamoto battling away. Tyke Sharkey doing nicely here in second place. Barrable's up to 3rd though. It's been a good lap for him. It's a big gap though. We'll watch the lap times they get going. Just 2 minutes 45 seconds to go on this one. Tyke Sharkey be delighted if he got a podium here. He's in second place and looking very strong. Great first lap for him. Get by 99 Scott Jackson. They're side by side going by us. Doesn't get by on that occasion. Jackson goes in late on the brakes. Managed to get turned in, no problem. Yamamoto looking for a gap there too. Derek Hogan goes through, and in fact Anthony Malone right with him, and Richard Spence bringing up the rear now. Well, of course, Colin Hamill and Gary Humphrey still going, but they were tangled up, so they've dropped way back. Yamamoto committed stuff, thinking about a look down the outside. Oh, Gordon Brown just turns in, and that was Scott Jackson was already down the inside. I'm sure, I think he was unsighted there maybe. Wheel to wheel stuff just tossed them sideways, but they're tough little cars. So great battles all the way down the grid in this one. Richardson now leading Sharkey by 2.3 seconds. With Barrable a further 1.8 seconds back in front of this lap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars here battling, and Yamamoto has got to the front of the queue now. Gordon Brown down the inside to displace Scott Jackson, that is, and take a place from him. Jackson is wrong-footed, and that allows a couple more cars by. I think that's Lee Malone and possibly Seamus Ryan. Derek Hogan looking to get in on the action as well in the Pink Panther. So they head down towards 7A and B. been a change for second place out of our view. So Barrable has not only caught Tyke Sharkey, but he's passed them there at the top of our screen, already heading back towards Paddock Corner. Barrable has got by Tyke Sharkey and is up to second place, so we'll keep an eye on the lap times when they go by. Absolutely together now, heading towards Paddock Corner. Yamamoto and Brown leading that group, beginning to ease away just a little bit. There's what we were talking about. Barrable's caught sideways stuff from Tyke Sharkey. Beautiful drift on the way out of the corner. He would love a podium. Wonder can he hang on there? Peter Barrable, fastest lap, 157.154. That's 4/10 of a second quicker than the leader, but he's 3.8 seconds back, and this is going to be the last lap. So I don't think even Peter Barrable can do anything about it. He's on form today. He smashed the lap record earlier on, remember? And he's just done fastest lap again, including overtaking Tyke Sharkey at 57.154. 57.5 for the leader, so I think the gap is much too much, but very much on a charge there is Peter Barrable. Didn't work out for him down at turn 1. He was sitting around the outside of 4 or 5 cars. 2 came together, in fact the 2 cars that ended up piggybacking, I think, and he had to take to the grass to avoid them. So the last race of the day, and it's looking very, very good for Jeff Richardson in this one. The clock has run out, so we are on the final lap. Richardson going out onto the international loop. He's through Lola Corner. He's out onto the long, long back straight. There he goes. Car number 1, the reigning champion, Jeff Richardson. Did very well at the recent Citroen C1 24-hour race with Greg and with Johnny Taylor as well recently. So here they come down into 7A and B. Barrable still pushing very, very hard, Peter Barrable, but I don't think there's anything he can do. We'd probably take more time out of Richardson this lap, but as we said, the gap was 3.8 seconds. Richardson will have responded as well. It looks like he's pushing quite hard in over the curbs. The checkered flag is ready for the last time today. Fergus Brennan will be able to take a break from waving flags and pushing buttons down below us. It's been a long 2 days, but very, very enjoyable. Great stuff from the ICCR here at Mondello Park, and great stuff from Jeff Richardson, who goes up onto 2 wheels as he goes through Paddock Corner for the last time. Hard on the brakes now, and it looks like it's going to be a great win. Little puff of smoke as he gets on the power, drifts the car right out to the outside. He'll be delighted with this one. Jeff Richardson takes the final win of the weekend at the Digital Motorsports ICCR. Peter Barrable on a charge, second place and fastest lap. And then it's Gordon. Oh, they came together. Yamamoto turns in and Gordon Brown launches it up the inside. They'll be trying to get going, but someone's going to pip them both to the line. I think it's a drag race at the line. Yamamoto is the first to recover, but that is going to be gone. Surely Tyke Sharkey third, Greg Richardson fourth. That's Seamus Ryan that jumps the 2 of them on the run to the line. Then it's Yamamoto, Brown, Lee Malone, Derek Hogan and Anthony Malone. So fantastic stuff from Irish legends there, and Paul O'Brien's POB racing team doing a great job prepping these cars as ever. So yeah, great stuff here at the ICCR at Mondello Park, and again a big thanks to the Beacon Hospital health check for coming on board to help us out with the live streaming of all the racing today. New track record for Peter Barrable, new lap record for Peter Barrable. He has just broken his own lap record, and he leaves the lap record for the international track at 157.154 for the Irish legend. So well done Peter Barrable, and well done Jeff Richardson for taking a great win there. So that's about it, ladies and gents. It's been an absolutely wonderful weekend. I hope you enjoyed it on the live stream as much as we did here at Mondello Park. Ironically, the sun is now splitting the stones here at Mondello, because we got all 4 seasons 2 or 3 times over the weekend, and especially today. So to the camera operatives, to everybody who see it live, Martin Cavan and his team, thank you for giving us wonderful pictures all afternoon. To the drivers for some really good racing. You can watch that back already. I certainly was back on Facebook earlier, because we've had messages coming in, and it'll be on YouTube pretty quickly as well. ICCR, you'll see it on them on social media. Irish Championship Circuit Racing. Well done to their media team as well for doing such a good job. Mondello Park, Ian Beattie, clerk of the course, and all his staff downstairs. I think circuit racing is in rude good health in Ireland. It's absolutely fantastic. So once again, thanks to Digital Motorsports for being title sponsor of the ICCR, and thanks to the Beacon Hospital Health Check for allowing us to stream this live one more time. We'll be back in a month's time here at Mondello Park for the July meeting. Then we'll have the Historic Festival here in August. We'll be back for a big race meeting in September. Plenty more to come. ICCR.ie. If you want to get involved, if you want to find out about the classes, just click on ICCR.ie and click on classes. It gives you info, how to get started, how to get your license, anything like that. We've got a lot of text in today about the junior minis. You can have a look at them if you're between 14 and 16 years old and you want to go racing, 17 years old, you want to go racing at Mondello Park, get in contact with us down here, and we have a junior mini. We're going to hold a couple of test days and let people have a spin around the track in the car. So some people are karters that are going to have a go, some are hot rod racers, and some have no experience at all. So that's the ICCR Junior Mini Challenge with Patch Tire Equipment backing it. That's all from Mondello Park this time round. We'll be back next month with more live streaming from the ICCR at Mondello Park. Well, we've only just announced it, but everybody is talking about this car behind me. It's the Junior Mini Challenge for the ICCR here at Mondello Park. An exciting new saloon car series from 14 to 17-year-old drivers. Lift off, oversteer, bumper to bumper racing. We're going to have it all this year at Mondello Park. It's the new Junior Mini Challenge.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
Square left onto the Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it lit, keep it lit, keep it lit. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Well, we've only just announced it, but everybody is talking about this car behind me. It's the Junior Mini Challenge for the ICCR here at Mondello Park. An exciting new saloon car series from 14 to 17-year-old drivers. Lift off, oversteer, bumper to bumper racing. We're going to have it all this year at Mondello Park. It's the new Junior Mini Challenge.